Hello, beautiful people. That's just a shout out to my friend. I don't even know what her name is now. I don't even know what she calls herself. I haven't seen her in a long time, but I liked her videos, and she would say, "Hello, beautiful people." So yeah, that's just a little tribute to her. I hope she's doing well. Um, I hope you guys are doing all right. So oh man, let me get this out of the way. You got my soda in the shot. I'm staying sober tonight, folks. That's that's how this is going down. All right. You're welcome to your obviously you're welcome to your adult beverages, whatnot. I'm staying sober tonight. Um, and I might be for a while actually. I don't know yet. Don't hold me to that. Okay. But I might be for a while. Just saying. Might be for a while. We'll see. We'll see. I might get a hankering, you know. Yeah, it is. Might get a little hankering, you know. No, it's totally soda. Look, it's calorie free, 0 calorie, cheap soda is what it is. It's like uh Coke Zero for poor people. I'm a big fan. So yeah, that's what I'm drinking. But yeah, no, don't like I said, don't be giving me all these cheers like, oh, the Declarer's going sober. Oh my goodness. No, I'm not claiming sobriety. I'm not in no program or nothing like that. I might decide, I might decide tonight. Actually, it'll be too late, but by the time I decide, it'll be like shit. It's too late to buy any beer or anything. So, so I don't know. But don't be giving me all these congratulations because tomorrow might be a different story. You know what I mean? Don't hold me to anything. Anyway. So yeah, I know a lot of people like Drunk Will. People like Drunk Will. What are you gonna do? You know what I mean? I like Drunk Will. Just tonight, I'm just not feeling it tonight. So I think I'm gonna give it a rest just at least for the night. So let me go over some of these comments because I mean my title kind of speaks for itself, you know. My title kind of speaks for itself. And there's some people that are like, well, you know, aren't you talking about this? No, I'm not. You don't see me tagging anybody's name. I mean, I could tag MGL because I like tagging her name. I like making money off her back because she sucks. I'm a big fan of that shit because she sucks. But some are like Shelly 420 RV Life. I like your name, by the way, because I envy you. If you're living that 420 RV life, man, you're living the life that I'm dreaming about. Straight up, you're living the life that I am absolutely dreaming about. But you're saying if YouTube didn't talk, would YPD open an investigation? Probably not. No, because now the StreamYard link is pinned in the chat. You're welcome to join me if you have information, if you have knowledge on this case, which I don't even want to call it a case because I don't think it's a case. But if you have knowledge on this situation and you want to bring me up to speed on it, you're more than welcome to if I'm missing something. But my whole point is there is no case here. I'm not. I've been watching the videos. I think that this Dre person is clearly an asshole. She clearly sucks, but I don't see her being guilty of a crime necessarily, other than just being a shitty wife. You know, like I'd say a good 50% of you probably have shitty relationships or have had shitty relationships. I'd say 90% of you have had shitty relationships. And that's all I'm thinking is going on here. And I know that sounds bold. You know, how can you say that? Well, how the fuck could you say that it's anything different? You don't have any evidence of anything different. I'm not seeing any evidence at all. What I'm seeing is a personal family issue that everyone on YouTube who just so happens to conveniently be the type of people who exploit the fuck out of every situation they can possibly exploit. Like, tell me I'm wrong. Katie Joy is jumping all over this. Katie Joy is being sued by fucking everybody, dude. Like, why is she being sued by fucking everybody? Because she sucks. Because she's always exploiting somebody. So how am I wrong? Right? Then you have Molly Golightly, who has yet to get sued. It won't be long, though. It won't be long. I guarantee you Molly Golightly will be sued very soon at some point. Yeah, and everybody's a fucking reporter, right? Everybody's a fucking reporter. Get out of my face. Cherry feels left out by not suing her. I mean, yeah, let's see. Cherry says not a crime, but maybe something, but no facts otherwise. Yeah, exactly. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying she didn't do anything. I'm saying there's no evidence to dictate that she did. Like, where is the evidence saying that a crime was actually committed? And you're like, well, the YPD, I guess it's the Yuma, right? Is that where they live? Yuma? The YPD has to open an investigation. Okay. And a lot of people are also comparing this situation to the Sophie Long situation. Okay. I'm hearing a lot. I'm hearing that. There was somebody named L, somebody live today. I was in her chat for just a minute. I think her name is L something. And she was comparing this to the Sophie Long thing. And it's like, well, that was a child who was accusing someone of trafficking her, accusing her mom of being involved in trafficking her. Okay. That's why I got involved, because nobody seemed to be speaking for this child. Right. The Geek Room is in the house. What's up? I don't know if that's Frank or not. If that's Frank, what's up? If it's not Frank and it's one of Frank's homies, welcome. It's good to see you. I'm a big fan of the Geek Room. Make sure that you guys subscribe to the Geek Room. The Geek Room is great. I love the Geek Room. Yeah, I am I'm not seeing a crime here. I'm not seeing anybody accusing anybody of anything. What I'm seeing is basically, if I'm going to boil down to the facts, right? Yes, it is Frank. What's up, dude? If I'm going to boil down to the facts, we've got two parents of two, I guess, elder parents, more or less, who have a son tragically who is in a coma right now. Because so they decided to reach out to the wrong YouTubers to get information out there. And now they've turned their son's coma into a fucking circus. That's what they've done. And I don't think they did it maliciously. Of course they didn't do it maliciously. I feel like they were just trying to, they were desperate. I understand that perspective. I understand. I believe that was where Michael Long was coming from, because he felt like there was nothing being done. There was nothing being said. There was nothing being, there was no justice happening. And there was a child that was begging for help. And no one was speaking up for her. And a couple of my YouTube friends spoke up on it. I spoke up on it. And I don't regret it for 1 second. And I would do it all over again. And I will still do it. If Michael Long calls me tomorrow, I will be talking about it. And at his request, if he wants me to go live, I will go live, and I will broadcast the conversation. I will absolutely give him a voice, and I don't regret doing so in the first place. And I will do it all over again if need be. But this situation seems like it's just it seems like in-laws who don't get along with the wife. That's all it seems like to me. I don't see any evidence of the contrary. None. I see no evidence to the contrary that this is just simply two in-laws that don't like the wife for obvious reasons. I mean, I'm not blaming them for not liking her. You know, she sucks. She's a terrible person, clearly a terrible person. But I don't see a crime that's been committed. So these people who call themselves crime channels, where's the crime? I don't think an attempted suicide is a crime, and I don't see evidence to dictate that a crime has been committed, that there's anything other than an attempted suicide that has taken place. And I hope that he pulls through. And this is what's crazy about it. And this is why I titled this the way that I did. I titled this saying that I think that the people talking about this case are assholes. And the reason why is because it's the perfect fucking grifting content, right? Because this poor guy who's in a coma and is practically brain dead will probably never get to speak up in his own defense. So he's just surrounded by psychopaths. He's surrounded by shitty people that are making money off of his dilemma. And I mean, I know that's an understatement. To call his situation a dilemma is absolutely an understatement, but he can't do anything about it. He's lying in a coma, and there's people all around him basically throwing up a money party, right? And now they're fighting with each other, right? The fact that Molly Golightly is fighting with Katie Joy over this situation is fucking hilarious to me. That's a good question. Let's see. Is it a crime if she drove him to suicide by mental abuse? I don't know. I'm thinking no. I know people are going to be like, what, Claire? How the fuck can you say that, Will? What the fuck, dude? How can you say that? Because I think that anybody who gets to a point of suicide, and they are, especially if they're trained Marines, they are trained in self-discipline. Like, the main thing that you're taught in the military is self-discipline. So he doesn't get to blame someone else for his attempted suicide. Sorry, I know that's an unpopular opinion. I know people are like, he's a victim. Okay, he is a victim, but he had the means to not be a victim, in my personal opinion. That's my personal opinion. So, I mean, if you're a Marine, dude, like, you know what I mean? Like, you are trained to take somebody head on and be ready to kill them, to die or be killed. You are trained to be ready for death or murder. I wouldn't say murder. If you're defending your country, I don't think it counts as murder. But you are trained. You are trained to be prepared mentally for death or killing. One or the other. Life or death. Survive or be killed. Right? And you're ready to kill in order to survive. Right? So why is everybody making this dude out to be a victim of this woman when he could have absolutely just got up and walked out? If you attempted suicide and you have 2 small children, I don't know how many kids does he have. How many kids does he have? 2 or 3? He has more than 1. 2 or 3 kids. Somebody correct me in the chat. Just waiting for, okay, so he has 3 kids. Okay. So this guy has 3 small kids, right? And he attempted to off himself. Not a victim to me. Sorry. Not a victim to me. He has 1 and 2 stepkids. Okay. Even just the one. All right. Even just the one being biological. That's enough to live for. That's enough to go, you know what? I'm out. People are saying, oh, she kept his money from him. She kept his money from him. I don't even see how that's even legally possible. I don't even see that. Like, if you're married, like, you have access to your money. And if you are stupid enough to put all of your money in her name, where she's not going to give you access to it, you're a fucking idiot. Sorry, you're fucking dumb. I just don't see a scenario where somebody is going to convince me that this guy is victimized in this situation to the point to where he attempted suicide. I just don't see it. And that's why the link is in chat and it's pinned. You are more than welcome to join me. I know I'm being harsh. I get it. I realize that I sound very, very harsh, but I welcome anybody to bring me to another point. And I don't even have to know all the facts of this situation for me to come to this conclusion. That's how strongly I feel about it. I don't even need to know all the facts. I don't even think that all of the facts are any of your fucking business. They're none of my business. So I would just love for somebody to join me and try to convince me otherwise. Okay, so let's talk about that right there. Okay. So she hasn't been taking the kids to the doctor or the dentist, right? So what would be the responsible thing to do as a dad? Would it be to make sure that your kids get the care that they're trying to get, or wallow in your self-pity and try to off yourself? Because I don't see, and I know a lot of people are going to argue and say, well, I don't think that he tried to off himself. I think that she did it somehow. How is this woman physically going to be able to take a Marine, pick him up, and hang him from the shed? How's that possible? Right. Be the parent because she isn't. Exactly, WJ Willow. WJW Willow. Sorry. Exactly. So, I mean, am I being a little too harsh here? I mean, I know in my delivery I tend to be. I get that. I'm not trying to deny that. I know that in my delivery I tend to be pretty harsh. But I mean, is my opinion like unfounded? Really? She drove him to it. I keep hearing that bullshit too. She drove him to it. Like, listen, and I've talked about this. I've been very, very candid about this. As someone who struggles with suicidal thoughts literally every day, if you're a suicidal person, if you struggle with depression and anxiety, you struggle with suicidal thoughts. You do. It's just a question of whether or not you manage it and how well you manage it, right? The Glare, that acronym is a method that I use to manage my anxiety and my depression. It is a method, and accountability is one of those things. I don't get to blame other people for my shit. Like, I don't. The minute that I start to blame anybody else for my shit, that's when I lose that battle. That's when I'm losing that battle. I may not lose it overall, but I'm definitely more on the path of losing that battle by not taking any accountability, by blaming someone else for my shit. Okay? So I don't see this dude being I'm not going to hear the excuse that this woman drove him to anything. I think that she sucks, but he had the choice. If she drove him somewhere, she drove him to get to somewhere mentally and emotionally. He had choices of which direction he could go. What direction to take in that fork in the road. There is a fork in that road. Okay? I can either stay with this bullshit and just deal with it and live with it for the sake of my kids, for the sake of her kids. Her kids suck. I can do that. Or I can get fucking bummed out and whine and bitch and then end up trying to off myself. Or I could just get up and leave. Just pack a fucking bag and go. Hire a lawyer. Sue her for some sort of custody for my kids. Something. You know, I just don't want to fucking hear it. I just don't want to fucking hear it. Oh, she has 75,000 subscribers now. So she's gained like 25,000 subscribers since this bullshit happened. But there's no motive. No. Let's just watch her latest video. I could literally I could virtually throw a pebble in YouTube in Molly Golightly's shit and I'll hit something where she's being a jackass. So let's watch a little bit of her shit here. Let's do that. This is just hilarious to me, man. And it's a sad situation. Dude. Like, it's a really sad situation. And of course, she's exploiting it. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. What makes you think we want to see that? Please.
Okay, so Unbelievable is truly the world's best. So we'll leave this up. Listen, I'm not one of those people with a YouTube channel that's gonna come out and be like, it's come to my attention. No. I'll tell you what's really going on.
I'll bet you there's at least a half a dozen videos where she says those words, that it's come to my attention. I'll bet money there's at least a half a dozen, at least.
And it's horrible. Horrible. I'm sorry. I know that my Patreons and my friends are like, Marissa, don't say anything, just stay out of it. And let them show themselves. Blah, 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 blah. All right, there's 168 here.
At least one of us is sober tonight.
More than enough.
Just saying. At least one of us is.
I don't even know if you don't know what has happened and you haven't seen it in the past 24 hours, you're gonna just be like, what? So it has something to do with the Marvon McRae case. Recently, Justin and I.
Anne Marie, the link is pinned. You're more than welcome to join me and share your thoughts.
In contact with family members, and it's been nothing but smooth sailing. And we got on the wrong panel. And granted, 150 people were like, oh, watch out, Maris. Watch out, Maris. Everyone prepare your stomach.
Wow.
You're like kidding, right? It is not even like it's a hurling situation. It's like
it's definitely a hurling situation.
You have to guess for air. So we get on this panel.
I agree.
I don't really feel right about something last week, and I put up a video, and it's called
Tim,
I can't confirm.
You're killing me
because I can't confirm anything that this chick says. So 2 nights ago, I was at that New Kids on the Block concert, and while I was waiting for my husband to pick me up.
Yeah, I've never heard anybody say Marith.
I'm seeing like a bunch of stuff happening, and that's being sent to me from Mr. Marvan's father. And
see, these people
this is
fucked
getting
up.
so out of hand.
Because I gotta be honest, right?
In this quick video because it has been.
I gotta be honest. These people really fucked up by reaching out to her for this. Like, really fucked up. They must be like, if they have souls, they're sitting there going, I can't fucking believe that we did this and reached out to this woman to discuss our family issues. Like, I can't fucking believe we did this.
Guys know what I'm talking about and already saw it. A lot of it she's deleted. But the worst person that could possibly be talking about this case when it's such a precarious situation that these people are in is I mean, she's showing herself so quickly.
Right. Because it's not about now, you gotta use your eyes, people. This is clearly no longer about this poor guy who's laying in a coma. This is about YouTube drama. This poor guy, this poor family is now absolutely fucked and exploited because these people got a hold of their shit.
Last night, Justin and I were on the phone with Marvan's stepmother, who was in tears. She was crying. After Miss Letitia went over to
the only justice for Vaughn
said, please stop the drama.
The only justice for Vaughn that I see happening, honestly, is that he lays there in peace without anyone fucking with his life. Literally, that is the only justice for Vaughn that I see happening. Like, if I use the words justice for Vaughn, that's what I'm talking about. Justice for Vaughn means that these assholes stop making money off of this guy's fucking name.
It was probably the worst possible thing that could have possibly happened because it amped up about 500 times more. And I'm like, keeping my mouth shut.
Use your eyes, people. None of this is about him or his family now. This is about her feud. This is about her feud with another YouTuber and people's need for drama. People's thirst for drama. That is all this is about.
Wynette and Vaughn's dad, they do have some press stuff to go through on Monday, and then they're going to come talk to us. So
now she's going to do some press. Night, big shocker.
I was hit with a bunch of emails, text messages, and oh my God, did you see what happened? I said,
I know, Cherry. I know.
Everybody's favorite American sweetheart decided to not only go after Letitia's past, which was about a year ago.
See, I think so too.
But now,
if MGL is the YouTuber that they went to for this, I'd say that they're fucking drama mongers. And this is no disrespect to this Davon person who's unfortunately in a coma right now and has got his problems, obviously has his problems. And this is no disrespect to him. But if she's the YouTuber that they went to, these are drama mongers. His parents are drama mongers. I feel so bad for this guy because he is fucking surrounded by shitty people. If his wife is responsible for his suicide attempt and his depression that led to this, I'd say that his family would probably be just as accountable. I know. People are like, oh my God, Glare, how the fuck dare you say that? Yeah, sorry, not sorry. You fucking people, and I hope they're listening, you fucking people that have a kid, that have a son, somebody who served in the Marines, defended this country, because I personally am a patriot. And I absolutely respect this man for having served his country, having served my country. I absolutely respect him for this. But that tells me so much. If his family, if his parents went to this YouTuber right here, this one, okay, this YouTuber, then I'd say that they are just as much of a problem as the wife. I'd say that I would even venture to speculate, okay? Just to be fair, again, this is just speculation, okay? But I would speculate, and safely speculate, that he probably chooses his women based on the examples of adults that he's had in his life. Most people do. Most men do this. I mean, just read Freud. Anything from Freud, read it. Okay? Sigmund Freud will tell you that a man will emulate the person, the woman that he chooses in his life based on his female example that he had growing up. People don't like to hear this. I get it. I understand. And I get people are mad, big mad, but I'd say it's a fair speculation. That's all I'm saying. So this poor guy is just surrounded by shitty, drama-mongering fucking people, dude. And it sucks. And now he's laying up in a hospital bed with hardly any brain activity, if any brain activity at all, while everybody's fucking making money off of his back. People right now are making money off of his bed sores. It's sick and disgusting.
Put up a series of messages telling, I guess, her Facebook people all about Marvan's dad. I could not believe. I said, there's no way that that's real. There's no way that that's real, especially when Miss Letitia asked everyone, please let me, just let me enjoy my time with my baby. And
okay, now she's saying it.
Worse.
So, okay, if you're so respectful, MGL, if you're so respectful of Miss Letitia and her wishes, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Move on to a different topic. If that's what she wants, she just wants peace, and she wants quiet, and she wants to spend time with her baby that's laying up in a hospital bed right now, having to get sponge bathed to avoid bed sores, then why won't you just shut the fuck up then? Like, she got to see her, right? Wasn't the point in the first place that they weren't allowed to see their own son? But now they have. Why is this still a topic?
Mr. Marvan actually hung up the phone on her the other night. And Miss Rochelle, when she was crying, she said, I gotta finally unblock her and tell her, I gave you private photos. We trusted you. We gave you an interview.
People
what did we do to you?
Literally buy this
Why?
shit.
Why? And I put my head down and I'm thinking,
People literally buy this
please
shit.
come up
It's the same
with
thing as
something
fucking
to
Summer
say
Wells,
to
dude.
this woman to
Like
get
everybody, dude, I don't fuck with any YouTubers that talk about Summer Wells now. Like, I don't fuck with any of those YouTubers anymore, dude, because they're doing the same shit. Right? Now, when there's an update, like there has been an update, okay? Recently, there's been an update in the Summer Wells case where Don Wells, her dad, has written some sort of letter, right? As a matter of fact, I might even go over that. I might even give my opinion on that. I know other YouTubers have, like I said, the responsible YouTubers have covered this because it is an update in the case. It's absolutely an update. I have yet to give my opinion on that. I will. Maybe I'll do that tonight. But I mean, these people that are so Team Summer, right? Team Summer, Team Summer, Team Summer, right? I mean, like, how much can you fucking milk off of that little girl's name, dude? Seriously. How much can you fucking milk off of that little girl's name? Like, how much milk is left? You know what I mean? Like, you're just sucking it dry. There's literally no updates other than this letter. And that's not even really an update. Like, not really. It's just more Don Wells antics. You know? it's more shit.
to get her to stop crying. And she goes, my husband is doing the best that he can. We're all sick to death.
That's a little too much information there, Crispy Treat. Cherry's going to tear you apart for...
We're all so sad. We don't need this. Why is she doing this to us? And they're like, I don't have the words. I don't have the words.
No. You have every other word.
What she did was, you know what, Katie? I don't care. You come after me. Don't go after those people. Right here. Come after me. Come after me. I'm the one saying it. You hear me? Right here. Right here. Come after me.
She's such a crusader, y'all.
You think you're so tough? Picking on a family. You're picking on a family. It's begging you to stop. You saw it, right? Did you guys see it? All of a sudden, she felt like Marvan's father needed to be exposed. And they're like,
why do I care so much what people think about me?
I keep hearing that too.
I think I'm gay.
Like, I keep hearing that too.
Where can I go to, talk, I guess, specifically about queer stuff?
Wait, what?
Here is a popular recipe.
Sorry,
for
this is an interesting commercial. Sorry about that. It was an interesting commercial.
what
I think I'm gay. I need to talk to somebody about it. I mean, dude, it's 2022, lady. I think it's pretty safe to just, be gay. Just saying. That's just my opinion, but okay.
do anything to her. We were nothing but nice to this girl. And I said, listen, I
don't take any of these fucking
if it
people
makes
seriously,
you feel any
dude.
better, I heard with my own ears.
I don't take any of these people
say,
seriously.
Hey guys, we need to find out the lawyer information for Dre.
What's up, Crispy Treat?
Hey, yeah, you sound pretty fired up.
Oh yeah, I get that way sometimes.
I know it. No, you know what I think that you might be missing is the fact that what the big to do was that he was having like 6 and 7 seizures at a time, and she was filming them. She's a
Right.
fruitcake. Obviously she's got, you know, some mental problems, which you know, nobody's faulting her for that. It's just the fact that he seemed like he was she had him on that a huge amount of those herbs and whatever the hell that she was drinking.
Since when are herbs lethal or addictive or
Well,
anything of that nature?
the amount that she was giving is addictive, and the amount that she was giving was they say was you know, the one has got like some
Was he aware of taking them? Was
yeah,
he
he was
aware that he was
aware, but
ingesting
like
them?
he was aware, but here's the thing is that I think oh, and I'm with you that I don't believe in any way, shape, or form that
What's the herb?
she made it that
What's the
kratom and whatever it is, and it's got like opiate
how do you
values
how do you
or
spell that? Kratom, is it?
I don't know, ask the chat. C or K.
Okay, I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
Read it.
The first thing that comes up, kratom, unsafe and ineffective. If you read health news or visit vitamin stores, you may have heard about kratom, a supplement that is sold as an energy booster, mood enhancer, pain reliever, and antidote for opioid withdrawal.
Right.
However, the truth about kratom is more complicated, and the safety problems related to its use are concerning. Kratom is an herbal extract that comes from the leaves of an evergreen tree, my Treginga. I don't know how to pronounce that word. Speciosa, grown in Southeast Asia. Kratom leaves can be chewed, and dry kratom can be swallowed or brewed. Kratom extract can be used to make a liquid product. The liquid form is often marketed as a treatment for muscle pain or to suppress appetite and stop cramps and diarrhea. Kratom is also sold as a treatment for panic attacks. Kratom is believed to act on opioid receptors at low doses. Kratom acts as a stimulant, making users more or feel more energetic. At higher doses, it reduces pain and may bring on euphoria at very high doses. It acts as a sedative, making users quiet and perhaps sleepy. Some people who practice Asian traditional medicine consider kratom to be a substitute for opium. Some people take kratom to avoid the symptoms of opioid withdrawal, and because kratom may be bought more easily than prescription drugs. Kratom is also used at music festivals and in other recreational settings. People who use kratom for relaxation report that because it's plant-based, is natural and safe. However, the amount of active ingredient in kratom plants can be greatly, making it difficult to gauge the effect of a given dose. Depending on what is in the plant and the health of the user, taking kratom may be very dangerous. Claims about the benefit of kratom can't be rated because reliable evidence is lacking. Side effects and safety concerns are, although people who take kratom believe in its value, researchers who have studied kratom think its side effects and safety problems more than offset any potential benefits. Poison control centers in the United States received about 1,800 reports involving use of kratom from 2011 through 2017. 1,800 reports in 6 years, including reports of death. About half of these exposures resulted in serious negative outcomes such as seizures and high blood pressure. 5 of 7 infants who were reported to have been exposed to kratom went through withdrawal. Kratom has been classified as possibly unsafe when taken orally. Kratom has a number of known side effects, including weight loss, dry mouth, chills, nausea and vomiting, changes in urine and constipation, liver damage, muscle pain. Kratom also affects the mind and nervous system, dizziness, drowsiness, hallucination and delusion, depression and delusion, breathing suppression, seizures, coma, and death. Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Well, here's
all right.
here's what
I mean,
I'm saying.
it goes on. I can
Right,
continue
I know.
reading about it, but
Yeah. Let me
but I
tell
think
you
we got the
this.
gist.
Well, let me tell you this. She's lost, I don't know, like 100 and something pounds, by the way, too. But she was giving him and herself just giant heaping cups of this stuff. And
But he was
and
willingly
everybody in their
taking it,
family
was
was
he
having
not?
seizures. Everybody was having seizures. He was having 6 and 7 seizures at a time, or 6 and 7 a day.
Was he willingly ingesting this?
Yeah, but I mean, like,
Okay.
yeah, he was. So there's nothing, like, there's no way that she can be in trouble for it because
There's
he was
no,
willingly.
exactly. That's my point. So everybody's whining and yelling and saying there should be an investigation and she should
Well,
be
that's Katie
there's,
Joy. That
you know,
Katie
there
Joy's
should be
been
an
doing this.
investigation. MGL is saying it too, isn't she?
No,
So everybody's
actually, you got it wrong. Listen, I'm not a big Molly fan, by the way, but
no,
you
no,
got it
correct
wrong on.
me. I mean, if I'm getting the facts wrong, please correct me. That's why I opened the
You're getting,
panel.
well, I think that you've been, well, I ordinarily I'm with you on Molly, but for this case, she's actually been she's actually got it right this time on this case. She's been really, really good. She's and the whole thing with her and Sherelle, I'm a Sherelle fan too. Katie Joy incited that, I believe. Like, I think that was a
I'm
misunderstanding.
recently a Sherelle fan. I don't know Sherelle very well. I
Oh,
just
yeah.
recently have been
Oh,
exposed to her.
God. Yeah,
But I
she's
like
got
her.
into it. She got into it with she's got a legendary situation with John Yates that's hilarious.
Who's John Yates?
He was a 90-day fiance YouTuber, and he used to be pretty big. You got to watch that. That's like
Okay.
her and her husband go crazy on him, and it's just so funny. They have a huge
I
fight.
mean, there's nothing that you're gonna tell me being up here that's going to convince me that Molly Golightly actually gives a shit about anybody's well-being other than her own monetary
I don't know
gain.
about that, but I don't watch her very often, but what I do know is that she asked everybody, all kinds of big YouTubers, to get involved with this case. So
well, but why did she try to monopolize on it, and why did she tell
she wasn't trying
Sherelle?
to monopolize on it. What she was telling
No,
Katie Joy. No, she wasn't trying to. Listen to what she did. What she did was, the whole thing is that Katie Joy, she went on Katie Joy's channel when Katie said that she would get involved with it. So her and the other guy that she's working with, they went on Katie's show, like, I think once or twice or whatever, twice, I think. And then the next thing you know, Katie sends her a text saying, by the way, like, I've got a big break in the case or whatever, and you need to send all of your people over. She's reading the text out loud, and she said that the people that are what's the victim's name? Oh, Vaughn's family wants me to release this and nobody else. They're being very particular about who who sees or who shows the information. Like, right, Katie, that didn't happen. And then Molly finds out it doesn't. Now, Molly had been working on the case for like 3 weeks straight.
How can somebody, because you seem like a fairly intelligent person, at least, to say the least. You seem like, at least, to say the least, a fairly intelligent person. How can a fairly intelligent person not see exactly past all of that and see exactly what this is in the grand scheme of things, which is just two YouTubers trying to make money off of the back of somebody sitting in a coma?
Oh, I believe
Let's get real here.
I believe that. Yeah, I believe that. But I think that the way, even if Molly, that's what Molly is doing, she at least presented it in the right way, and really did try as hard as she could to get other people. At least she was pretending to do it the right way, and pretending that she was doing it for other intentions. I'm not sure, but Katie is the one that did that first.
Both of them are doing it.
Well,
like,
no, then
both of them are doing, like, what happened here was these two people, these two YouTube creators, found a new tragedy and are using it to have beef with each other to create views because their audience fiends on drama. Tell me I'm wrong.
No, you're not wrong on that. No, you're not. But what happened with Sherelle was that Sherelle was friends with Molly, and then what happened was Molly was in the middle of telling off Katie, saying just leave me alone. Everybody warned me about you, and I knew that was going to be a disaster. Those two
Tell
working
me,
together.
okay, then if the purpose, right? If the goal here from anyone is to create awareness, right? And spread awareness
Right.
on this issue.
That's what
Why
Molly
are
kept
they
saying.
why are they not getting along?
Well, they're not getting along because Katie kept trying to make it so that it was only her
So it's
audience.
Katie's fault.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe it was.
I
But
mean,
here's the
come
thing.
on, man.
No,
Like,
listen, you're not letting
seriously,
me
dude.
finish. Listen, I believe it was.
I know I'm not deep in it just because I'm not a sucker, man. Sorry if
No.
you take that insulting, but I'm just not falling for this shit.
No, I'm saying
You know what I mean?
You're
Like,
not letting me finish. Hold on. Let me tell you this. So that's what was going on with Kate. They got into an argument, right? So while Molly was telling her just just to do her thing or whatever, and but she didn't want to fight, or just wanted her to just leave her alone, basically. She had blocked her and stuff, and she made up a new phone number and all kinds of stuff. But anyway, Molly, while she was doing that, she was saying, this isn't this isn't about us fighting, and this isn't a black and white
but
issue.
why would she even acknowledge it then? You see what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying.
So like if you're so above it all, right, and all you care about is spreading information to create some sort of awareness, to get law enforcement to launch an investigation,
I'll tell
all
you
of
why.
these things, why not focus simply on that and just ignore the people that are going after them with drama?
Because
why?
she was it, but she also was supposed to tell her audience to go over to Katie's channel, and she did. She told them to, but she read out loud what Katie sent her and said, go over to her channel. She's got some kind of a breaking story. So she did. That's what I'm saying, is Molly actually did some right things in this situation. But when Molly said this isn't a black or white issue, that's when Sherelle got mad, and Katie threw gas on that argument. And what Molly was trying to say, and I agree with her on this, was that this wasn't about the police not doing something because he was a black man. I don't believe that either. What are the police supposed to do?
That's another thing. Let me touch on that for a second. Because this is what's really funny to me. This is why drama channels shouldn't even bother with crime cases, right?
Yeah.
Because they have not even the slightest idea of how to approach a crime case and how to look at it. And I'll tell you why. I'll explain why. Because all of these drama channels are whining about the police report, that it's lazily written and that it wasn't
at all.
Well, this is what I'm saying is I maybe it was. I don't know. But here's the thing is, how can you possibly know that? How can you possibly know whether or not a police report was lazily written if you don't know the details, if you weren't there?
Right.
How can you say that details were left out if you weren't there to witness the details?
Oh, it's insanity.
You see what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
So I don't understand people who say that. Like, I read a police report where a police officer basically made an account of the person that he spoke to. What is he going to talk to the kids? You see what I'm saying? Like,
they kept saying
he's gonna talk to the wife, and he's only gonna get the wife's account. And he documented the wife's account, did he not?
Oh, absolutely. And they kept saying that he says we, and it's like, well, yeah, her and her children were there.
Right. But I mean, what are you gonna grill the kids? You're gonna interrogate the children.
Exactly.
I mean,
but
you're gonna. And I feel like unless there's reason, I mean, if I'm looking at a woman, I'm guessing, I'm just gonna guess she's probably no bigger than 5'6", right? Let's just say. I don't know how tall she is.
Her husband was a little.
I'm not gonna see, at least initially, a foul play situation
Oh no, not at
when
all.
there's a Marine who attempted suicide. I mean, it's clearly a suicide attempt, at least as far as appearance goes.
Oh
Now,
yeah, and Katie literally was complaining about the shed and saying that there was no way that he could have hung himself in a shed or hanged himself in a shed. And yes, you could hang yourself anywhere. You can hang yourself by not hanging yourself. Like you can do it while you're on your knees. You
yeah,
don't have to be
people
suspended in air.
do it in prison all the time.
Right. People
Robin Williams did it from a doorknob.
Yeah, by a doorknob. You are so right.
Exactly.
But people don't realize that. And that's the other thing was that she's been giving her family these helping doses of herbs and saying that she knows better than she is a doctor. Is
Okay, now
saying.
if
But
the kids,
everybody, even the chicken and the dog are having seizures, by the way.
I've got a small.
Are the kids having seizures?
Yes, one of the children are having seizures. Yes.
Okay, see, now that's a different story. Okay,
Right.
That's a different story.
That's what I've been trying to tell you.
Now,
That's
but if
abuse,
a grown man, a trained Marine, is willingly taking these doses of this kratom, there's no way you're ever going to get a jury to convict.
Listen,
her. There's just no way.
He was begging her. It's recorded. There's these fights that they had where he's begging and pleading, like, please just let me. And he wanted money for a hotel, and she would not give it to him. And
but
I mean, there's nothing that anybody.
Why does she have control over his money? Why does she have control over his money? There's no fucking way.
And the whole case is about that a man can be abused by a woman. And that's what it is. And it's not
I've been abused by a woman, but I've been abused by a woman, but I took accountability and was like, you know what? I'm not dealing with this anymore. I'm leaving. I'm out.
Right.
Bye.
But what
you know what I mean?
What if you had she had isolated him from his family like abusers do.
How do you isolate a grown man from his family?
Well,
I got a few things to add into this.
Go ahead, Tim. Sorry, you've been waiting patiently. I apologize.
Touch back here on the kratom thing. What do you call a bunch of heroin addicts in a house?
Addicts.
Addicts.
Liars.
What do you call a bunch of crackheads in a house smoking crack?
Addicts.
What do you call a bunch of drunks sitting around in a house?
Yeah, alcoholics.
Okay, so she's feeding him piles of kratom. He's willingly taking it. What do you call a bunch of people taking opioids in a house? Addicts. Yeah. They were addicts.
Exactly, but
he had the choice.
There's also footage of them smuggling drugs from Mexico.
Well, you know, and there's that. They were both in the wrong. Now, as a guy that just got through with this abusive relationship and badly abusive,
I'm sorry to hear
I was isolated from my family. She had control of my finances.
Right.
Why did she have control of my finances? Because we fought about it. I was a business owner. She wanted to do my books and she wanted to control my money. So I willingly let her do that for a while. Now, when it all ended, I was sleeping in a neighbor's vehicle. I haven't talked to my family and most of my family over a decade. But I was sleeping in a neighbor's vehicle. And I moved from there to buying a truck, which I slept in my truck. There's always a way out. Mm-hmm. When you decide that it's your time to get the fuck out of there, there's a way out.
Yeah.
In the end of the situation, I went to jail to get away from it.
Right. Right.
So there's always a way. Now, hanging yourself, no, it doesn't matter how high or low.
I mean, that's a way. That is a way. It's just not the right way. Right. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, saying that she hung him or high or low or any of that shit. I don't know anything about this case.
He could have given him an overdose, and it would have been a better and an easier thing. Which women tend to poison people, but I mean, why would she choose that measure? That way? That would have just been the dumbest way.
Okay, here's the thing: is I'm willing to also give a lot of these YouTubers and people following this case the benefit of the doubt in the sense that, okay, Do I think that she was possibly, does she come off to me as the type of person that was giving him these large doses of this kratom to induce seizures so that she would have content? Yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I do. Sure.
Yeah.
But
That's more than possible.
he still willingly took the kratom.
Well, sometimes like he was in the middle of a seizure and he'd say, no, no more. And she would say, you need some more, and like give him another dose, you know? I mean, it's bad.
Yeah, but I mean, dude, like what kind? I mean, I just don't have respect for a man that doesn't know how to listen to his own body and go, okay, no, I'm good.
Yeah.
Don't give me that shit.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, that's enough. You know what I
agree.
mean?
Most of what I know from kratom and people that abuse it, they've substituted one addiction for that kratom.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I
So-
agree. I know that. No.
That's
no,
why if I quit drinking, right? Let's say
Mhm.
that I actually do quit drinking altogether, right?
Mhm.
I'm not joining AA. Okay.
Yeah, I
The
know.
reason why, no, and this is not to disrespect anybody who's in a program. If that program helps you, cool. But for me, the reason if I'm quitting drinking, it's because of the dependency, and I don't like being dependent on anything. And if I join AA, what I'm doing is I'm trading one dependency for another. The dependency of drinking, I'm trading for the dependency of being around people that want to listen to me talk about my drinking.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I don't want that dependency. What I want to do is get rid of the dependency. Does that
Yeah.
make sense?
Yeah, it makes
So-
total sense.
I'm not
understand
saying that
completely.
anybody in a program is weak. I'm
Oh,
just
God,
saying
no.
me personally, it's the dependency that I'm trying to shed, not the actual,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
I know exactly what you mean.
that's all I'm saying.
Right.
You know?
Right.
So like,
I think that he was in some bad mental shape. I think he was really depressed. I think that whatever she was giving him was causing him some psychosis. I think that him having those 7 seizures, and what a seizure does is, I mean, it fries you. You know, when you are having a seizure, it really does a number on your brain as well. And he's having 7 of them a day. Come on.
well, right there, if, like I said, if I'm a Marine, you know, I'm going to be able to look at that situation and be like, there's something wrong. I'm having 7 seizures. The woman that I live with stresses me the fuck out.
Right. Well,
something is seriously wrong. So I need to get the fuck out of this situation.
Right. Well, he was going to a doctor, but then she forced him to she said that they weren't fighting until he started seeing that doctor. But he wasn't in Marine shape, by the way. He had lost a ton of weight.
Yeah, but you don't lose that discipline. Talk to any Marine who is no longer a Marine,
I know.
you call
My
them
family
no
is
longer a
Marines.
Marine. You say an ex-Marine, they go, hey, I like,
right.
they'll go, no,
Yeah.
I'm always a Marine.
I have a
Once I
family of
became a
Marines.
I'm a Marine for life.
Yeah, I have a
Ask
family of
any-
Marines.
ask any
Special
Marine.
Forces. Yes.
Ask
Yeah.
any Marine.
Yeah,
So-
I know. I have a family.
So
of
you
Marines.
don't lose that self-discipline. You know
No,
what I'm
you
saying?
don't.
Like, just because you don't have the physical training anymore, and you know what I'm saying, you don't
Right.
lose the mentality of being a Marine.
My point is that it wasn't that. It was the fact that his mind was messed up. He was suffering from mental illness and drug abuse. And so I think that, and a seizure disorder and PTSD is what he was trying to say that he had. I'm not sure. He was.
I mean, was he ever active? Did he ever cross?
Since we're now blaming dealers and looking at addicts as victims, next time you see a meth head on the street begging you for money, put him in your car, let him crash on your couch. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
it's like,
Right.
where do we draw the line here?
Yeah.
You know?
I know.
So do we get to cherry pick when an addict is accountable and when they're not?
No, but
Because it's convenient, because it's something to talk about.
No,
Get out of my face with that.
Well, no, settle down.
I'm not saying that to you directly. Don't take these as
I know what
personal
you mean,
attacks.
but I'm just saying that it's not. I'm with you on most of this. I'm just trying to give you some more details that you might have missed because it's been such a long involved situation, and I've been watching it since the day one, and you might have been using the cliff notes a little bit, and I was just
Oh, I'm
trying
definitely using the cliff notes for sure. Yeah.
yeah,
There's
so
no
I was
doubt
trying to
about
give
that.
you some details.
That's why I open the panel, and that's why I'm being very receptive to the information that you're saying here.
Yeah, like I know that one of her children was getting seizures, and also there was another component to this story, and that's that she was Jehovah's Witness. And so therefore she wasn't letting him get any,
I
or
don't even want
wasn't
to
giving
hear
him any
that shit.
treatment. No, I
I don't
serious.
even want to hear that
Yes,
shit. So what
yes.
does being a Jehovah's Witness have anything to do with it? Like,
Because
please
they
explain
don't
that to
believe
me.
in a lot of medical care or something. I didn't know that about it, but they don't believe in getting, like, they don't believe in a lot
I don't.
of doctor care and stuff. I don't know.
I don't. I haven't been to a doctor in years.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, good
now, and that's not to say that I won't. Like
yeah,
I can
you
get
need
cancer.
to.
I can get cancer tomorrow. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you need
need
to have a
treatment.
colonoscopy. Will.
Do I? I
Yes,
might.
you
Yeah.
do. I'm telling you.
I mean, I might. Who
Well,
knows?
you
But
do.
what I'm
You
saying
do.
is I
You
don't.
should.
So all the
Go ahead,
people
Tim.
saying that we're victim shaming, who's the victim?
Right. Well,
Is he the victim because
Right.
he hung himself? Or,
yeah.
That's the
he,
question. That's the question I'm
is
asking him.
he the victim because he was abused?
Well, he
You
was
know,
abused. He was abused, and I think that for her to be experimenting on the chicken and the dog, and they're having seizures, her husband's having seizures, and her daughter's having seizures,
Why do they have a
is
chicken?
I don't
The
know.
fuck is going on in that house?
Right? They have a chicken, I think, because
I'm not
she's
saying
on
that
that
she's a
diet.
horrible. I'm not saying that she's not a horrible person. I mean, they do
Yeah.
exist,
She
but
definitely is. I've seen her videos. Like,
Oh,
she
she's
sucks. She's
terrible.
awful.
She's
She's
just a
terrible.
nightmare. Yeah.
She's terrible. What
Yeah,
I'm
I would
saying
wanna.
is, it's like I have enough self-respect to see somebody like that. And even if I put
so
myself in a position, let's say that they fooled me, and then all of a sudden we're living together, and I put all my eggs into this basket of living with this person. But once I see it, guess what? Like, I'm gonna do what you did, Tim, and I'm gonna live in a fucking car if I have to. I'm going to go to jail if I have to.
Right.
Whatever the
That's
fuck it
you.
takes to get out of that situation, because I'm a
That's you.
grown
But
man who's
she didn't
accountable for
start
my
off like that.
actions.
She didn't start off like that. He didn't want to leave the child behind. There was a lot of stuff.
He didn't have to leave the child behind.
He did.
There's
He didn't have any
options.
money. He had no access to money. No, he couldn't drive. He didn't drive because of the
I didn't have access to money. I asked a neighbor to sleep in his car.
Right. Oh, bless your heart. I'm so sorry. But at least you
And he
had
looked at
And
me
I'm not
funny.
laughing at you, Tim. I'm not, man, because I've been there, dude. Like, I've been
I'm,
there.
I laugh at it now.
laughing at, I'm
It's only been
laughing
a
at
couple
like how
years.
simple this is to like look at here, people. Like,
Yeah.
why is this so hard to miss? What am I missing here?
Katie went online and said that, and literally online in print, she said that she thought that she doped him up full of that stuff because she admitted on the police report that he had a bigger dose than normal, I guess. And that she thought she doped him up and then murdered him. That's what she said. She said she thought that she strangled him.
Hold on real quick. I gotta let me acknowledge the super chat here. Thank you so much, True Crime Junkie, for the $10. The daughter hasn't had seizures in a few years, way before any of this happened, by the way. That's interesting. Okay, so way before any of this, she hasn't had any seizures recently, you're saying. Is there any evidence to dictate the contrary that she has?
Yeah, I guess like she was saying that in the car when she was taking him to the hospital about the daughter, but I don't know the time frame, so I don't know. So no, I don't know.
Okay.
Anything.
All right. No, and I appreciate you being honest about that. Because like I just want to get to the bottom of this. Like, and I'm still remember the point of this live stream is not to get to the bottom of this case. I don't fucking care if I'm being honest. Like, I don't like in the sense that like I feel bad for the guy, sure. But my main point here is that people have turned this guy's life completely upside down, and he's not even awake to even have a say in the matter. He doesn't even
Right.
have the brain activity to have a say in any of this.
And then that's the whole point.
You've got shitty grifting YouTubers that are speaking for this man, and they shouldn't be.
Right. And here's the other point was that Molly paid for the mother or father, one of them, to get there, or the mother. She paid for the mother to go and see, and she fought for the mother to go and see her son. And the mother actually saw her son because the daughter-in-law would not let.
Right. So why is this still a topic? Because it's still getting views.
Right.
That's it. Like, you're not going to convince me otherwise.
And
like,
because she is the power of attorney. Now, mind you, I just went through this exact same thing just on June 16th. I had to take somebody off of life support. And so it was the exact same story, except, he collapsed in front of me and not, it wasn't a suicide attempt. But, and since I was the power of attorney, I was able to make those decisions, although he had family. And so I sort of let.
Well, now that I know that, whatever was going on in your relationship is your fault, just so you know. I'm just, hold on. Let me, I'm kidding. Let me let Anna Marie here. She's jumped on and jumped off a bunch of times. She hasn't gotten a word in edgewise. So let me let Anna Marie talk. No, it's okay. Anna Marie, go ahead. Or maybe the reason why she keeps jumping off is because she has a bad connection. I don't know.
Maybe she does.
But well, anyway. Tim, you want to chime in here? What else you got to say about it?
This woman didn't have. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I haven't looked into it much. More so on the same situation as you. I don't care. But just listening to everything, I don't see it. I don't see where there's a huge crime. Was she a bad person? Sure. Is there a possibility, since the kids were having seizures and the chicken and the dog, and is there a possibility for actual crime? I
can't help but laugh about the chicken. I guess that, like a chicken having seizures being a factor in this entire story.
I know,
makes
right?
me laugh. Sorry, it makes me laugh.
It adds to the absurdity of the whole thing.
If you're looking into it, why don't you look into the kids having seizures? Well, maybe there's something more to that, like child abuse.
And True Crime Junkie is saying that the kid hasn't had a seizure since long before this even happened. So
I don't know. I don't know about that.
So,
I mean, I don't know if that's a fact or not. I'm just saying.
The father of the children had filed for emergency custody, and that was one of the things that he had on the emergency custody papers was that the fact that she was smuggling drugs, the fact that that everybody in her house was having seizures, and she's filming them, just like normal people do, I don't know. I have no idea what the timeline is on that, but
dude, it's not normal.
It's something that would make me nervous if I was a parent, and my child would. The father said that she didn't have any seizure disorder ever, and so the biological father, and until she moved with her, until this woman started with all these herbs and whatever, the secret sauce, until she started with that.
It's just so ridiculous, dude. Like, first of all, the fact that there's a chicken in the house is weird.
Shut up.
And then on top of that,
vegan and stuff and everything.
Now we're talking about the chicken having seizures.
Yes.
And we're factoring in how horrible of a person she is because there's a chicken in the house that's having seizures.
Yes, and the dog.
Fucking weird.
So what's the speculation on the chicken? Because coming from a farm, I've got a little bit of insight on it. Was she
anybody in the chat
the chicken with kratom?
Is there any PETA people in the chat that wants to chime in here and discuss the chicken? Like, I would love to hear your point of view on the chicken.
Were they buying kratom? Were they buying kratom and just tossing it on the floor so the chicken can peck it away? Was she mixing it up in a tea?
What does a chicken look like having a seizure? Like, what does a chicken
I'm
look
not
like having a
sure,
seizure?
but I'm sure it's documented because she filmed every part of her life, you know? So I'm sure. But they were saying that she was dosing the chicken to see like what kind of a dose she could give to a human, you know? So she was, practicing like using them as animals
I'm
to
gonna die.
experiment on, you know? So that's that was
I
the
just
bit of the
can't.
chicken.
I'm trying to
She
picture the
sounds
difference between a
batshit.
chicken being excited and having a seizure. I'm just trying to picture the difference.
Well, yeah,
Like,
exactly. Like, and that son of a bitch would be a hard thing to catch, wouldn't it? In the middle of
like, does a chicken have the risk of biting their tongue? What's going
oh
on
my
here?
god.
Like, what's going
Yeah.
on with the chicken?
She sticks a wallet. She sticks her wallet in his mouth, in his pet.
Like, what do you do? Like, you're in the other room, you're watching TV, and then in a distance, you hear, and then you're like, holy shit, the chicken's having a seizure. What do we do? Like,
I don't know. Oh my god. The picture that I never pictured it until you just did, but you would
that scenario alone on top of all of the other scenarios that we're already talking about is crazy to me.
ridiculous.
Like, adding to the whole thing is just
Craziness.
Right.
But I think the idea that Molly was just trying to say that it wasn't a black and a white thing, because that's what Sherelle was trying to say, is that it was
I disagree with Sherelle on that. Only
yes,
because now I'm not saying that she doesn't have means or reason to feel that way about crimes that do take place. What I'm saying is it's impossible to say that if you were not there.
right.
It's impossible to say that. It's impossible to say that this police report lacked information because you don't have all the information to say that was left out.
Well, listen,
How can you
it
say
doesn't even
information was
matter
left
what
out if you weren't there?
it
That's all
doesn't
I'm
even
saying.
matter. It doesn't matter because the police are not going to be able to do anything unless this man dies. And then they did reopen the case once YouTubers got involved. They reopened it. But
Okay, so what else is everybody talking about then?
yeah,
When there's no
right.
updates.
Right. And so,
So
I mean, and unless it moves to a different category, if this man dies, and then it becomes something of a suspicious death, I suppose. But so I don't know what they want the police to do. The police are not gonna his hands are tied. What's he supposed to do?
What I want to happen out of this situation is I want the FDA to make sure that every time I buy a package of chicken, I want to see
never had
that
kratom in it.
it's epilepsy free.
Shut up.
Epilepsy free chicken is the only chicken I'm ever gonna eat. Okay.
Yeah.
If you give me an epileptic chicken, I'm suing. Fuck you. Like, that's some bullshit. I didn't pay for an epileptic chicken, people. Okay.
Oh my god. It's like that's crazy. But
Start going and asking the butcher, have you ever drugged this chicken?
Okay, so there's new updates. Let's listen to Molly's live right now.
Yes.
She's saying that there's new updates. Let's listen,
yes,
folks.
let's go.
Although, what the fuck, man? Hold on. Why won't? God, that's so annoying.
There's a reply.
Well, when
Her donation. I said she's already canceled it.
oh, okay. So this
That's
is what
it.
happened. She wasn't getting her way, and it's a terrible thing. She asked Letitia for her donation back.
Letitia's
and
the mom.
Letitia gave her the money
Again. So this is
A very classy move on
This is
Letitia.
supposedly an update. Okay, total clickbait, because she's claiming this is an update. And who's she talking about? Katie Joy.
And the mother.
Part.
Letitia is the mother.
Right. I know who Letitia is. I'm just saying that she's not talking about any updates. She's claiming she's just talking about Katie Joy retracting her donation.
Well, the update
one of
was
them
that
Which
all-
is
her
some
mother-
low shit, bro. Like, let me fucking talk about that for a second. That's some low fucking shit, dude. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
how do you retract a donation?
Right. That is.
You know what I
He's such
mean?
an
Like,
asshole.
yeah, Katie Joy sucks. Like, there's no secret about
It's the
that.
worst.
Like, but the two of these people are assholes. Like, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, they're
Yeah.
both assholes.
Mhm.
Most horrible things to see a creator do.
Mhm.
Not only did she do that, but people's hearts dropped.
Right. Kind of like how people's hearts dropped when you got somebody fired from their job and accused someone of murder without any evidence and got them fired from their job for it. Kind of like when you threw a birthday party for a missing girl, blowing a kazoo or whatever the fuck you were doing and dancing and singing songs for a missing child. Really weird. And eating cake. Yeah. But you know what Katie Joy did is super low, right? I mean, which it is, but you know, she doesn't get to talk.
Right.
When she decided to expose this family on their past, which has nothing to do with this case at all.
Listen, this their past is a separate issue, in my opinion. Their son is still on life support, or not life support. He's still in critical condition.
Right. Critical condition.
Yes.
Dude, this guy has the personality of a Ked shoe.
This poor bastard.
of a Ked shoe. That's this guy.
Shut up.
This guy is the most fucking lamest, boring motherfucker I've ever seen in my life, dude.
They revamped
like,
the Ked shoe.
all because he fucking interviewed a guy that had nothing to do with the Summer Wells case, because he crashed on the Wells couch and he interviewed this guy, and now he's got God knows how many subs. It's ridiculous.
Is this the guy that interviewed Jose?
Yeah, and Jose is completely irrelevant to the Summer Wells case.
Yeah,
absolutely fucking irrelevant.
Okay, I wondered where.
And now this guy is all over the place because of it. It's just so funny to me.
I had no idea where he came from, but he really.
Sucks.
I just thought this poor bastard has no idea what he is.
No,
doing.
and before that, I remember when these assholes were like running amok here in Tennessee, he showed up. And he started talking about the BTK killer, and he was saying that BTK stood for blind, torture, and kill.
No.
Like, yeah.
No.
Yeah. Like, this is a true crime creator, guys. So one of the most infamous serial killers of all time, and this guy said that doesn't even know what the fuck his acronym stands for.
Yeah, they bind, torture, and kill.
Exactly.
Yeah, blind. He was blind as even went into it. He was like he was blind as victims. You know, like blindfold them or blind them. And I was like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Stop talking.
The reason I'm bringing it up is because, all right, so all 2,000 of you probably didn't know what she did. So it's kind of a big deal. So we would really like to just not talk about her ever again.
We'll see how long that lasts.
That is bottom feeding trash right there.
I love hearing her say that.
Katie,
I love hearing her say that.
For calling you a bottom feeder? You don't give a person whose family, their son is on life support, a donation. And then when they don't give you what you want, the interviews that you want, ask for your donation back. But you want to know something? Your true colors are shown. So you want to know something? We're going to get Miss Letitia a little bit more. So here you go. If you want to support Von McRae's family, Mrs. Bias, that's her Zelle, that's her PayPal.
I mean, look at this dude. He's got nothing to add. He's this dude is as interesting to me as a tube sock that you forgot to put in the dryer. Like, just
or the one
shit.
stuck in
God damn it.
Dryer. Yeah. That's more like it.
Yes. Terrible.
He's what they call vanilla.
So, Justin, what do we have today?
Oh, his turn.
Well, we have a lot of the reports stating why and or what they were called for, and we have the transcripts from 911, the call transcripts.
Okay, you want to go through those now?
We
Yeah,
can go
let's
through
put these
some of
people's
those.
personal fucking business out there. Let's do that
We
some more.
have some videos and all that. But
Spit
this
it
is all
out,
from, like,
man. Fuck.
Dispatch.
Okay. Oh, and then one
all
last
that's going to
thing.
study.
Go ahead, because I need to find
Jesus
something.
Okay,
Christ,
good. So one
dude.
thing that I will say is Miss Wynette.
It's like jerking off with a cheese grater listening to this guy.
Oh,
Yesterday
God.
morning said to me, Miss Molly, I got a bad feeling. I have a feeling she's gonna go on over and work for Andrea. She goes, I don't like that feeling, but well, guess what? Guess what she's doing, guys? She moved over to the side of the major suspect of why this man is in a coma.
Katie,
This is what we're talking about. How much did she make Letitia paid back? I did briefly talk to.
I think it was $1,000.
Dude,
What?
this poor guy, if he
I
ever
know.
wakes up, okay, if he ever wakes up, he's gonna be like, somebody put me back to sleep.
Right.
Like, what the fuck is going on around me right now?
He's got all
I
this
had
time
no
to study.
say over any of this.
Nothing. No way.
Like, this poor guy, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like, if I'm him, I'm gonna be like, just put me back in a fucking coma, please. Just like, yeah.
Oh, you're talking about him. I'm sorry. I was
Yeah,
talking about the panelist. I just call him the poor bastard because he just really doesn't have a clue.
Dude, like this poor, this
the victim.
Like,
I know.
I feel so bad for this guy. Like, he
I
has
do
no
too.
say over any of this.
This is why he
has no idea that all this shit is going on.
Yeah, all he wanted to off himself to get out of this, you know?
And on top of it, what's going on, I guarantee you, since his wife is such an attention slut, she loves the attention that she's getting. And guess what? These people are making her out to be this horrible person, and all they're doing is creating more content for her, getting her more views on her videos, getting her more subscribers. They're putting money in her pocket right now.
Yep. And
now imagine what happens when he wakes up and he goes, yeah, I tried to kill myself.
Like,
her things can go through the fucking roof because she didn't do anything. And there's not going to be a single person to go live and go, we got it wrong. We sat around drinking our own kratom tea and looking up true crime bullshit all night long. And
you're right.
Yeah, we were wrong.
Yeah, you're right. Nobody will admit that. And for Katie to say on Twitter that this woman murdered him, got him high, and then strangled him last week, and now she's on her side. Wow, that's something else, you know. That's what you call wishy-washy. I hate when people don't have any that have no convictions. And
no, they don't. None of the people. I mean, I can't speak for Sherelle. I don't know her. You know what I'm saying? Like, right. I think that she's invested maybe for the wrong reasons. I don't know if it's a racial thing or not. I don't know. I don't
say it's a racial thing is what the
I know that's what she's trying to say. But what I'm saying is I've recently been exposed to her channel. I can't speak about her. I like her so far.
Yeah, she's great.
But I know Katie Joy.
Yeah.
Like, dude, Katie Joy is arguably the most hated fucking person on YouTube.
Absolutely. Listen,
like arguably the most hated.
Yes.
Like there are channels that I like too, by the way.
Yeah,
but there are channels like Charlotte on the Web.
That's
like,
who I was gonna say. That's the best one.
EKB people suck. Erin, she's awesome. There are creators who just use her for content.
Yeah,
just her.
Yeah, it's an
nothing else
community.
Yeah, it's so community. Crazy to me. Like, you never not have content with Katie Joy. Like, they will have hundreds of people, if not close to 1,000 or more than 1,000 people in their chat just talking about Katie Joy because they hate her so much.
Right. There's an FBI investigation. Funny. She's being sued by Todd Priestley.
I know. I covered that. I covered that because I thought it was hilarious.
It's so funny.
I hope he sues the shit out of her. I hope he
Yes,
like
his podcast and what he talks about when he talks about Katie is the most hilarious stuff I've ever heard.
It's so funny. It's so funny.
Yeah, he calls her nondescript, and yeah, he is hilarious. He said, he is not going to stop either. He said, because she thought that since he lost his case with the feds, that was the end of her case, and he said, not a chance. So, I don't know.
Like, what does that tell you, dude? You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like when powerful people who don't need money are
Yeah.
suing you just to make a point.
What
does that say? You know what I'm saying? Like he does not need the money. You know,
what does it say? What does it say when you've been sued 3 times in the last 2 years and you've got 2 pending suits for saying just outlandish, outrageous things about other people, saying that they are homosexual, saying that they are trafficking women, saying all kinds of
that's fucked
stuff.
up. But I mean, dude,
And then
like
to say
it's 2022. Like I look at Todd Chrisley and I'm like,
yeah, I know.
just
But
admit
when
it,
you're
dude. It's
saying those
okay.
things, when you're saying those kinds of things, and then you get into a new story, and the first thing you do is you put that the person, this wife, murdered her husband on. You wrote that down. I bet her husband is like, oh my god.
Oh yeah. That's why Critical K is being sued.
Yeah.
Like she sided with Amber Heard because she was being sued for defamation, and never takes ownership of the fact that you just, without any fucking evidence, accuse somebody of bullshit and inserted yourself in some bullshit. And the whole reason she started talking about Ray Andriacchio is because Kendall Ray, she wanted to start a beef with Kendall Ray. That's all it was.
Anybody starts beef with Kendall Ray, like that girl is the sweetest
What's wrong with
person.
you? Yeah, Kendall Ray's awesome, dude.
Oh, she's
like
the best. She gives all of her money to, the victims' causes. And I mean, she's the nicest person on YouTube. Like for Kay to go after her.
Yeah, like she does not need to be on YouTube for money. She does not at all. She is not a grifter in any way, shape, or form.
None.
Like it's like Annie from 10 to Life. She's one of my dearest friends.
Oh,
and
that girl is amazing.
Yeah, and Annie does not need money. Like she does not need money from YouTube. I promise you that.
She has a big heart.
And she has a big heart, and she genuinely cares about these cases. She gets involved. Sometimes, I mean, she struggles with it, because some of these cases are just tough, man. But she wants to spread awareness. She can't
sleep over it. I know.
Oh yeah. And raising 2 small kids. She's just like I wouldn't talk about her. I wouldn't talk about her the way that I do if I didn't speak to her on a personal level as a friend. And I promise you, she struggles with this shit. You know what I mean? She struggles with these horrible cases. Yeah. And but I mean, her husband is a badass, total like alpha.
Is
like
he?
That dude. Yeah. He's like a pro like MMA fighter and boxer.
Oh, you knew.
Yeah. That dude is like, that dude is just like the shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And they both have very promising careers. And she just does YouTube because she's passionate about these cases. Purely.
She's so sweet. I really love her to death. I think she's a great person. But that's the same as that Kendall Ray. So I mean, I just couldn't imagine that woman, or that Kay was, taking a position against Kendall Ray. Like that was nuts.
Yeah, and like, dude, when you watch Kendall Ray's like documentary that she made, it was so independently done and well done and so informative on the Christian Andriacchio case.
Yeah.
Super well done.
Really well done.
And all it was her hating on it.
Yeah.
That's all it was. It was just her hating on that documentary. And then, Ray Andriacchio was like, okay, I'm just going to sue you because you're talking out of your ass.
What
and
was your
defaming me.
opinion on Ray on whether that kid did that himself or whether he was shot?
I think that Ray Andriacchio has every reason to be suspicious. Absolutely.
I think so too.
I'm not
But I
saying
don't-
one way or the other. I don't know the facts. I wasn't there. But I think that she has every reason to be suspicious. I think that there's plenty of evidence to say that the police are not looking into it in the way that they should.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, but I don't know. Like, it boils down to the Sophie thing. I don't know if Sophie was actually SA'd or not, or trafficked. I don't know, but I do know, based on the evidence that I went over, that there was not a thorough investigation that took place.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish that there had been. That was all I ever cared about, was that a thorough investigation actually ever finally took place. That's all Michael Long ever wanted. Or at least that's what he came off as. Maybe he coached her, and but I'm not seeing any evidence to dictate that. You know what I mean? I'm just not. What I'm seeing is, I mean, and I went over it. I played a phone call. Dad Challenge Podcast played a phone call. Phone call. Annie from 10 to Life played a phone call where it was a police officer off duty that was deliberately trying to intercept evidence being taken and a child being SA'd. So, like, I played the phone call. It's there. Like,
I need to go back.
It's evidence
and find that, because I didn't hear it. Yeah, I'd like to hear that.
Right. I'm not. Yeah. I didn't. There's a reason why I gave Michael Long a voice. And I don't regret it, and I will still give him one of these days. Maybe he'll call me from jail. We'll see. And we can either speak privately, or if he wants his voice heard, I will air it. We'll see. Yeah. It's whatever he wants. So
I was on Benny's panel last night for the Summer Wells for like 3 or 4 hours last night. Doing that case. And I know your stance on that, which is that's actually, there's been new stuff that has popped up, and I didn't know everything that was I didn't know what was the situation on the letter. Been a letter now. There's been a phone call from where there was a CPS worker that takes care of one of the Wells child. There was some stuff that went on with that. But
dude, who knows, man? You know what I mean? Like,
I know
we have no idea, dude. All I needed to hear was the TBI going, stop. Like, all of you people fucking stop.
Right.
And once I heard that, I was like, okay, I'm not fucking with any of these YouTubers. I got nothing personal against Benny, but as long as he's talking about the Summer Wells case, I'm not fucking with him. I like him personally. I like Benny. I'm not fucking with anybody talking about this case anymore. Yeah, I'm just not, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think he's a good dude. I think he's a cool guy. And I know he's I know his methods are questionable at times. So are mine. But I'm not. I'm not gonna bad talk Benny. I'm just not touching Summer anymore until there's new evidence.
Well, there's been new evidence. That's
no, there hasn't.
Well,
no, there hasn't.
You're right.
No, there hasn't. If law enforcement does not release any updates, it's not credible. Period.
You're right.
Period.
Yeah, you're right. It isn't even evidence. It's rumor. You're right.
It's all hearsay and rumor, and I won't fuck with it.
Yeah, otherwise you'll be hauled in.
I think it was $1,000.
Okay, the number's jumping around.
I can't believe she did this.
Also, on the break,
I can.
Vinnie Politan from Court TV.
To me, that's some shit MGL would do too. I just think it's hilarious that she accuses her of it.
I hope you guys are interested. He sent me a text and he said, "Do you know anything about such and such case?" I looked into it and I said, "Wait a second." I said, "Vinny, do you remember Ikamel, my friend?" Because he interviewed them. And he goes,
Ichabod
"Yes."
Crane?
I go, I threw the story over to Ikamel. Ikamel's going to be covering that one.
I have a interview with the mother either later tonight or tomorrow.
Which mother?
With the Ohio case. Remember that was the boy that I put out the night with.
Okay. All right. I'll let him know.
No, Ikmel's already did an interview with her.
Oh, it's already happening.
Ikmel did it?
Yes.
Oh, awesome. Okay.
Yeah. No, it's good. Hey, can you take down that thing so people can see this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
So someone reached out to
Who?
The chiropractor.
Ooh, yes, I did get that.
Hi, Cece. Thanks for the heads up.
That chiropractor shouldn't be talking to anybody.
No, he should leave the country.
Like any doctor that discusses any patient is breaking their hypocritical oath.
Right.
So anything
nightmare.
if they're publicly talking about someone's health and someone's medical situation, it's not credible because they shouldn't be talking about it.
But chiropractors aren't doctors, though, correct?
They are technically.
I feel really bad.
They are.
They're registered.
I mean, they're about as credible as a podiatrist, but they're still doctors. You know what I mean?
For what happened to her husband,
they still have to abide by a Hippocratic oath.
And her subsequent breakdown. I guess no good deed goes unpunished. I spent a lot of time with her and her husband, meaning Dre and Vaughn, taking up their marital issues, talking about their marital issues, especially her husband, which is Vaughn. For what?
This because this dude fucking, I can't I can't deal with this dude. So I'm gonna read what the screenshot is saying. So hi CC. Hi CC, thanks for the heads up. I feel really bad for what happened to her husband and her subsequent breakdown. I guess no good deed goes unpunished. I spent a lot of time with her and her husband talking about her marital issues, especially her husband. From what I understand, she blames me for him standing up for himself finally. The focus should be on the tragedy of her husband, and I'm sending lots of love and light to their whole family. Thank you and take care. He's not discussing any medical issues. He's not doing anything unethical.
What's really odd is why they were talking to a chiropractor about
why they reach out to him. Yeah.
That's one that makes me go, not my first choice if I was having marital issues,
Not at all. Like, I want to hear from the chiropractor. Like,
right. But it fits perfectly with the story, though,
Tell him about your bad marital problems while he's realigning your spine.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, man.
I can see how that happens, though, if you're with a doctor and you're talking about the stress that you're having or whatever, But
I mean, problems in my relationship causing me stress, maybe.
This whole thing is such. Yeah, this whole thing is such a circus, man.
And then there's another component that he had a botched surgery and where they got a big giant settlement over a botched vasectomy, which caused there to be like a sexual component in this mess. It just seems so cringy to even listen to all these.
If I go and get a vasectomy and they fuck me up, dude, I'm suing. That's for sure.
He did.
Like,
I would expect some sexual issues after that.
Yeah, if something goes wrong with my junk after you operated on it, dude, like you're paying. Yeah. I'm dragging you to court for years if I have to.
I bet this man just probably was thinking, oh my God, when I think it can't get worse, it gets worse, I mean, how awful could that be, So there was that. But I feel so bad that these people's personal lives and this man's dignity is just being shit on, like out on the YouTube streets of all places.
And all he can do is lay there, dude. Like he has no say over any of it. It sucks so bad. This is the lowest shit I've seen yet from Molly Go Lightly and Katie Joy. This is as low as they've gotten.
Oh yeah, and this nut job went into his hospital room when she wasn't allowed to touch him. She's got a mask on, a gown, and gloves, and she spits on him. And because she's saying that her
That was so
saliva carries
weird.
messages. Like what?
Oh my god, dude.
Like, oh
Like,
my
Matt, your
god.
junk will be junk.
She's
and there's
spitting
people
on
that
him
sub-
while he's in a coma because her saliva can has messages, and I guess the
well,
messages
not only
were,
that, yeah, not only that, she bragged about it. Like,
yeah, bragged
she
about
she
it. Like,
used it for content, you
yeah,
know,
like that's a strange flex.
so
sweetie.
weird, super
flex.
weird flex. Yeah, super weird flex.
I understand. She blames me.
Oh, shut up, dude.
Don't have a crush on someone else's wife, on someone else's husband.
No, I agree. I'm just saying that what I think would happen.
Oh my God.
And I think Vaughn, I think that this chiropractor
Somebody in her chat has common sense going, isn't he under doctor-patient confidentiality? What the fuck? Like, yeah. That's a thing.
inspired Vaughn to finally get control of his life.
You think?
And that Dre did not like that.
Jesus Christ.
God,
I think
man.
Dre liked him at
Talk so
first, but
slow.
once she realized, you know, he was talking to Vaughn about taking control of his life, I think that's when things really changed.
So
Fascinating.
sad.
So here is a message from
I can't believe people
One of-
I can't believe people take them seriously. Like, it's like somebody just gave her money. What? It's so weird to me.
So weird.
Dre, one of Dre's old
Oh, dude. Get off the air.
What's a CA?
Oh,
what does what say?
You can just
says,
see
"Mom,
like
can
the
you let
little
me know
I could see
if
the
you got the
hamster just
CA?"
trying to run on that wheel in his head, man. It's just not, it's
What?
yeah, it's got a
Let
broken
the
Oh,
leg.
mouth
Cash App,
go.
I'm thinking.
Let the
It's
mouth
got a
go.
broken leg.
I'm so sorry. Thank you for standing up for those who have a shady past. I've never heard that before, Charlie. Thank you for standing up for those who have a shady past. As one of them, we do become better. Yes. And become productive members of society.
Thank you, Charlie.
Yes,
God bless you.
absolutely. I believe that if you have paid your debt to society, if all you're trying to do is work and survive and live your life, then your past should not be brought up and exploited for the world to see just because you don't like them.
That is why you go to jail. That is to pay your debt to society. That's the whole, you know, punishment. After you're out of jail, the punishment should be over. Unless it's like murder or something, you know. But Marissa, can you
What?
accept this?
Dude.
Here we go.
So after you serve a sentence for murder
So
and you get
this
out,
is
Yeah.
it don't apply?
Dre posted this
Right.
February 8th, 2019.
People serve.
Okay, first of
Hold
all
on.
y'all need to take some cold showers. Talking
What?
about the doctor.
Hold on.
Oh,
Hold
this is
on.
the doc-
I gotta point this out. I have to point this out, guys. This is who Molly Golightly looks like to me. This is what she looks like to me.
She's got
Like
the-
every time I see her, I think of this dude.
DSL. No.
Like that's all I see when I see her. Like she's just this cockeyed nonsense talking person. But it's all I ever see.
I'm done.
I cannot take her seriously. Like I just can't. Hold on a second.
I can't watch her again. Oh my
Let's-
god.
So okay, let me read this because this dude is taking 1,000 years to read
Right.
this shit.
Like pulling
Slay with Dr. McCrae, with Dre McCrae. Okay, so she says, okay, first of all y'all need to take some cold showers. Fareeks. I was dying on the inside. We were supposed to be learning. Secondly, thank you for the support. This journey of self-healing is scary and intense, but man, each and every single day I'm elevating to a better version of myself and feel like we are working on baby Andrea before all the damage was done. I'm in a vulnerable place right now, and I love that you guys are so understanding of my journey. Special thanks to blah, 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 Dr. Dan, you are moving mountains. Thank you. Yeah, so it's all about her, you know, like it's just a shit ton. There were just everybody following this case so deeply, right? All of the YouTubers and content creators involved, including his wife. This poor guy is just surrounded by narcissistic fuckheads.
I know.
It's so crazy. It's so
sad.
crazy.
I mean, this man is a Marine that, you know, it was in the armed services, and he should have had at least been able to have some dignity while he's laying there. He should not be filmed while he's laying there. I mean, it's insane.
Right.
It's insane. You know,
he has no, like,
I would not have wanted to put that out on the internet.
Short of
did this.
Short of the sexual aspect of it, this dude is getting raped every day.
Absolutely.
Like you take out the sexual aspect of rape, like this guy's being raped.
Right.
He's being raped every single day by Molly Golightly, by his wife, by Katie Joy, because he can't do anything. He has no say over any of this.
Listen, I would never have, if I was married to that man, I would never have put out that he even tried to off himself. I would have made up a lie. I really would have. I would have said that he did something, or that, you know, he had an aneurysm or something. I would have said something else. I would not have said that he did this to himself just to preserve his name. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, this is the most bottom feeding shit I've ever seen, dude.
Yeah.
Like, this is as bottom feeding as it gets.
But there was some reason that it took her 2 or 3 weeks to even tell her audience anything about him. And then once she did, she just, you know, and she got all that attention. She just kept going and kept going and kept going. But I think that she was trying to hide the fact that this man was really fragile and in a very fragile physical state and mental state. And then he did that, and she didn't.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's none of our fucking business, though.
It isn't.
No, exactly. It isn't. I don't see the point why it even matters that she didn't have to say shit. That's her personal life.
I know.
Yeah, she's a content creator, but that's what she does for work. She's a content creator.
Well, no, that's what she does for her life. Is she's a content creator. She keeps the camera on 24/7. So there's nothing that she doesn't record. So it's unusual that she didn't just say it when it happened, because she was online when it happened.
Yeah, but we don't have to contribute to it perfectly imperfect. I understand and acknowledge the fact. I understand and acknowledge the fact that Dre made it everyone's business, but she didn't really. I mean, she put it out there, but you made it your business by contributing to it and by adding your input on it. And you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like you contributed to this shit. Like a content creator is nothing without the people following their content.
Yep.
You see what I'm saying?
And I'm that person. I am going to look at the car crash. I am that person. I'm sorry that I am that person.
We all are. I mean, to a certain degree, we all are. But I mean, I'm not. Yeah, like that's why you haven't seen me run this woman's videos. You know what I'm saying? Like, well, I'm not sharing her channel name. You know, I'm not. I'm not. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know.
Okay, there's always this
person that I am like, and I love that they're fighting. I love all, not that the couple are fighting, but I love the whole fight between Katie Joy and Molly and Sherelle. I love all of that. So like, I'm the gross person that is enjoying the whole drama of it all, the pomp and circumstance of all of it. Like,
it's
I like all
ridiculous,
of that.
dude. It sucks.
Ridiculous. I mean, it makes me laugh, but like not this situation, of course, but it's just crazy to me. Crazy.
Yeah, Saints rock it all. Well, first of all, you know, you're a Saints fan. but I won't hold that against you. But it does tell me more than I need to know. On top of that, you're saying that I'm contributing to this when, like I said, I have not shared her full name or her channel name or any of that or any of that shit. I'm talking about Molly Golightly, which I've always
this is from that
talked
video
about.
we showed the other day, right?
I've always talked about her
when she was
and I've
in
always
the
I've talked about Katie Joy too.
Secondly, thank you for the support. This journey of self-healing is scary and intense.
Shut the fuck up, dude.
But I'm saying
it doesn't matter how soft-spoken he was. She's gonna be affected and triggered by anything. I bet you $millions that if he asked her, can I take you out to dinner because I love you? She probably threw a fit and said, are we going to a vegan restaurant? It better be a vegan restaurant. It better be alkaline, blah, blah, blah. That doesn't go with our diet. No, nothing's good enough for her, right? I'm trying to check the messages. I just have so many. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, I mean, there definitely is some deep-seated anger.
I love that. Somebody just in a $10 super chat, somebody goes, it's so unsafe. We don't got channels. It's against law and rules to dox. Even though Molly Golightly is one of the most infamous fucking doxers on YouTube. She's doxed so many people. And yet here she is giving her money. Here's somebody giving her $10 going, what could we do to stop doxing? Well, maybe don't fund a doxer, asshole.
Andrea Dre has said herself.
Wow.
So, and I think, she has control issues.
Come on, man.
But something is clearly off.
I'll tell you one thing. A lot of people getting a lot of these messages on Instagram. They're saying that they've had it with these other channels that are talking about this. I don't know what the other channels are saying or putting out, except for us. I mean, we did ask for them to make a video in order to get kind of the word out on him, but we didn't think that people were going to get this,
Marissa.
Yeah, I agree with that too.
Like, thank you for sticking with us. We're trying to get
she should never, ever. I don't think anyone should ever be putting their kids' faces out on YouTube, man. Like that is just not it's not responsible at all.
I agree.
Yeah, and she does that all the time. Like, dude, that shit was the funniest thing in the fucking world. Aside from her kid having to deal with it, I laughed so fucking hard when she just like had like this episode, like she did.
I saw that. I saw the video on it.
She was like, Adrian, and like, dude, like her teenage kid had to come down there and pick her up. Like, dude, come on, man. Like, and we know you're full of shit. And you know how I know you're full of shit is like 5 minutes later, you go live again going, oh, I'm good. I'm fine.
Yeah.
And
then she had another one later though, right?
What?
She had another one after that.
I don't know. I haven't followed her in a while until recently. But that was, funny to me.
Epic
stuff. The most facts that we can. All right. Trying to get through these emails. Go ahead.
I just don't know why anyone would go after the father, and when his son is literally,
I know, evil,
nearly dead.
My mother lost her mind today when we talked to her. She went,
I'm gonna say it, man.
And I said, yeah. She goes,
they did that shit to themselves, dude. Okay. Oh, you can't go after the parents. The parents, how dare you? That's so evil to go after the parents, dude. You people, she went to you people. Okay. The parents went to you. Okay. So now their lives are put on blast because they went to shitty bottom feeding YouTube creators and put their lives out on blast. I don't feel bad for his parents other than the fact that their son is in the situation that he's in.
Well,
I mean,
Katie went.
I feel bad about that, but I don't feel bad for them for now being the targets of these assholes and their viewers.
It was
who are
because
just
Katie went in there and Katie went online and told everybody that all about the dad's arrest records and all that stuff and said that Dre had every reason to call security when the father wanted to visit her son, like as if he was gonna, like how crazy is that? Come on now.
I don't, but it doesn't matter.
But yeah,
Like,
they put themselves out there, and
they
so
put
you
themselves
get
out
what
there,
you
dude.
get.
Yeah, they created a fucking circus of their own lives.
Mhm.
Like you should have vetted these people and looked into them. And
Well,
if you're already aware of the type of people that they are and you respect them and support their channels, well then I feel even less
they
sorry for
weren't
you.
though. All these creators reached out. These people aren't YouTube people. They don't watch anybody.
Well, according to Molly, the mom reached out to her, right?
I don't know. I'm not sure, but I know that most of them reached out to the parents, and so and reached out to the children's. The two children have a real father that's that filed emergency custody. They've reached out to him. They've reached out to people. So no. I'll tell you what. A couple of viewers reached out to to Molly and Katie and said that they needed to get involved with this whole situation. And so that's what happened. That's what happened. They needed to get the word out. And so because this whole thing started on Facebook. This wasn't a YouTube born situation. This was a Facebook situation. So Facebook is actually even crazier. So
dude, no, see, it wouldn't add up if Molly reached out to them, or Katie Joy reached out to. It wouldn't make sense because there's no crime that's been committed. At least there's no actual evidence of a crime that has been committed. So until there is a charge filed, there's no way you're going to tell me that these YouTubers didn't reach out to them.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm sorry. The parents reached out to the YouTubers because why else? I mean, how else will we know about it? Unless they were like,
because it was on Facebook. That's how.
Okay, so they put their shit out there on. They put their personal shit out there on Facebook, and then these bottom feeders got a hold of it and decided to make a circus of it.
Right. Now you're correct.
I mean, it just is what it is. I like, as far as the negative attention they're getting right now, don't feel bad for them at all. Not even a little bit.
Well,
they should have saw that coming.
I don't think that they should have saw that coming. They didn't know.
Of course, they should have saw that coming. If you're going to put your personal business out there and you're doing it to get attention, and you're drawing attention, saying somebody needs to do something because this horrible content creator of a woman won't let us see our son who's in a coma. Well, then guess what? Shit's going to happen.
Well, hell, I don't even know.
You have to expect that it's going to snowball the way that it did.
The parents aren't complaining as far as I know. They're not saying anything. It's just that everyone else is complaining about, like, oh, she shouldn't have told all the dad's business like that. So they haven't come out and complained about it.
Well, I mean, if the dad has a criminal record, man, that's going to come out.
Of course.
That's going to come out, man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
of course
it's public record. There's a reason why I can go on Google and find somebody's criminal record. It's because it's public record, because you have a right to know who your neighbor is and what they're capable of.
Well, catch this. Katie also has reached out to the police and has requested the body cam footage, and they are busy redacting certain things on the body cam, and they're sending it to her. So that's next. That's the next big drama. So as soon as she gets her hands on the body cam, I can't believe that they are able to release that footage. That's so insane to me. There should be a law against that. I'll tell you that. That's
Jesus
terrible.
Christ.
All this YouTube drama. I'm building this studio, and I had considered starting a channel myself, but I think I've decided, fuck it. I'm going to OnlyFans.
Yeah. Take cover.
I may or may not
awesome.
already have one.
I'm just starting my own
I'm kidding,
OnlyFans. That's it.
Wow.
I
All
mean,
right.
no, I'm joking.
I don't think you are though.
Like Saints, I got no respect for people like this.
Yeah.
Like, I put the link in the chat, dude. Like, if you've got something to say, come on up and say it. You know?
Oh God, they're gonna yell at me, I bet. Don't shoot the
Like,
messenger.
so stupid.
I don't know. Go on to Katie. See what Katie's saying.
Yeah, that's true. I haven't streamed her in a long time.
Yeah, let's look and see what she's saying.
Is she live?
Oh, I don't know. I'm scared to even touch. I'm on my phone, and so like I really can't see anything. I'm scared every time I touch a button, it like disconnects. But just go, and then if anybody wants to see like a pretty accurate depiction,
She's the last 2 lives that she did was about reality shows.
Yeah.
2 days ago she did the Vaughn and Dre McRae full police report. You
that
know,
one was
so
boring.
well, yeah, that's another reason. Like, I don't understand how YouTube works, man, because the most boring, fucking most uninteresting people have tons of subscribers. It's so weird to me. Like, she is so uninteresting to me.
Yeah.
And I don't even understand. And there are creators, like I said, who just use her for content alone. Just her alone. And they have tons of subs.
Yeah, Charlotte.
You know,
Charlotte had 1,000 people in her chat yesterday.
Right. I like Charlotte. She's a nice lady.
I love Charlotte. Charlotte's one of my favorites. T-Spiracy is one of my favorites. She quit watching her though. Like she wanted to evolve. She just said she just could not hate watch her anymore. It was
that's where I'm at right now. I don't know what direction I'm taking this channel. I started talking about Teal Swan, realized that nobody gives a fuck about Teal Swan. So
that. I thought
I'm not
was good.
talking about Teal Swan. Yeah, but nobody really gives a shit.
You just needed to give them some time. Don't give up on that. That was good.
Well, the thing is at the same time, it's like, well, I mean, I don't want to give her too much attention either. You know what I mean? Like, I just expected more people to already be looking at her a certain way.
I hadn't heard of her, honestly, but I watched one of the shows on Hulu after your thing.
No, it's fascinating because she is absolutely full of shit.
Yeah,
like
it's
she
amazing.
She's absolutely full of shit. Like, she covers like she did videos as response to the documentary when it's like, dude, that's you. Yes. I saw you totally use your people as to bully somebody because they challenged you in some way.
She's
it's
a
so
narcissist,
crazy.
and she's, oh my God, I can't believe there's that many people that are that naive and that are that gullible. I don't know, and could be led like that.
What she does is she targets weak-minded people.
Yeah.
She targets codependent people. I don't want codependent people in my chat.
I'll tell you what,
like I can't help you. I can't help you. You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to call you out and tell you to be accountable for your own shit.
Right.
That's all I'm ever going to do. I'm never going to tell you that you need to listen to everything that I say and do everything that I tell you to do, because I'm a mess myself. I'm nobody to take advice from.
And you know what?
You know what I mean? Like
when I went to get my point across to a man, and I'm trying to argue a point to him, and it, like, if he just automatically switches to what I said, like, ew, I hate that. Like, no, I just was trying to argue my point. I wasn't trying to like make you change your whole ideology.
There's an interesting thing that happens. Like, I think it's like episode 3 or 4 where she challenges or she basically just attacks Blake's new wife, right? And she just writes down, it's so crazy. She writes down all of these things and says, I'm reading your mind, and you're right. And she's saying, you think that I'm a narcissist, you think that I have a queen bee mentality, this, that. No, that's your subconscious. That's your observations of your own self,
Right.
because those things are true.
What did the girlfriend say? Oh my God.
She just sat there. She was just like dumbfounded, like, oh my God.
Yeah.
You know, and
Like
then eventually, right. And then eventually Blake and her left. They started their own little life together, which is exactly what they should have done.
Yeah.
I was like, good for you, dude. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I bet you
like, and then she took it like he deserted her. And it's like, dude, you kept this guy as a fucking cuck for so long. And finally he decided to, you know, I mean, if you really care about somebody, what do you do when you really care about somebody? What you want them to flourish. You want them to spread their wings, wings. You want them to, you want them to grow. And she claims that that's what she wants for people. But here she is acting like, no, not at all. Not at all. And she acted like she did. And like, and that he's somehow going to be lost without her. And she's the victim because he was like, I'm married now. Peace. You know?
Yeah. She wanted him to be her personal assistant, you know, and I bet
she has she has a million people to choose from to be her personal assistant. She just wanted him to be submissive to her.
Yeah, to be obsessed with her. You know, she got off on that. So I think she gets off on people worshiping her is on all people worshiping her, but she's full of shit. Like literally, it's a joke. It's just crazy.
Well, right. I've gone over her videos and she doesn't say anything interesting. Like she will basically what she does is she'll talk about scenarios, and the point behind it is I'm aware of these scenarios, you know, but she doesn't ever offer a solution to these issues. You know, it's her way of going, I understand you. I get it. But it's like, that doesn't make you a mind reader.
No, it doesn't.
You know what I mean? Like it doesn't make you.
That's what all she is she's a cult leader. You know,
she's a wannabe cult leader.
Yeah.
You know,
well, I think she's got a pretty good following. I mean, what's the criteria for a cult leading? You know, I think she's there. I don't think she's a wannabe. I think she is.
I mean, I guess so, you know, but I don't know. Maybe I just refuse to give her that much credit. Because I just do not see her to be powerful in any way, shape, or form. I think she's pathetic. I think she's just an insecure, mean girl.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Yeah.
You know,
and she was the girl that everybody picked on, I bet, in school. And
she claims to have been abused, and sure, you know, right. But now she gets her payback now.
Yeah.
And takes it out on innocent people that
right.
Honestly, I don't feel bad for them because they're codependent and put themselves in that position. What's up, Matt Bond?
I had to come and join you for this Fruit Loop talk.
Yeah, why not, man? What's up?
Oh man, you're talking about this bowl of Fruit Loops.
yeah. Teal's
she's batshit crazy.
Yeah. And I hate to dismiss her as crazy, honestly. I kind of hate to dismiss her as crazy to a certain degree, because I think that can be dangerous. But yeah, she's definitely got
the shows. Yeah, no, she's batshit crazy.
Well, she prides herself on having issues that she has overcome, but she hasn't overcome them at all.
No,
you know, you can tell by the way that she treats others.
Her whole
and I haven't been following. Give us a quick update now that I got you up here, because I haven't been covering the Nicholas Cruz trial. And I know you've been
Oh.
following that.
Yeah. Well, we had 2 short days of trial.
Okay.
Friday was a really tough one for Fred Gutenberg and Meadow Pollock's dad, because they showed the photos of them and they weren't pretty, as you can imagine.
How long do you think this is going to last, this trial?
I think we've got another week left.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll get back into it Monday. I mean, it starts again Monday, right?
So yeah, it's back on Monday.
Yeah.
The defense were hilarious. They were trying to object to the police coming in and identifying Nicholas as the shooter, and their excuse was because he
What?
admitted he was the shooter. I shit you not.
But what about all the camera footage? I mean, there's
Yeah.
surveillance footage, there's cell phone footage. Like, what are you talking about? It's not like he wore a mask either.
Yeah, the kid that he sat next to in McDonald's and asked for a lift home. They objected to him testifying that he sat next to him in McDonald's and Nicholas asked for a lift home because of the fact that Nicholas already admitted to being the shooter. And it's like, but he's confirming that Nicholas, after he did this,
Right.
just casually went and sat at McDonald's for a slushie.
Real quick,
really
let me
desperate.
bring everybody up to speed of what we're talking about, because a lot of people don't know what the fuck we're talking about. The Nicholas Cruz trial is a he is the Parkland shooter.
Correct.
And he's already pleaded guilty. What this trial is in Florida, there's a law that says that if for you to get the death penalty, there has to be a whole other trial for that. And a jury has to decide whether or not you get the death penalty or you get life in prison without the possibility of parole. So either way, he's never going to see the light of day again. It's just so that's one of the reasons why I was covering it, is because it's the first of its kind, to my knowledge, following crime cases. I've never seen it before. So I find that kind of interesting. But the problem is going over it every day for hours and hours at a time is we're just watching people have to relive a very horrible situation. And the last day for me, I'm not going to lie, the last day for me, I was just like, this is too much for me to deal with, man. Like mentally, I was having a hard time with it. But as it progresses, I mean, yeah, I'm gonna continue to talk about it because I just want to see.
Is it because he was underage?
No, he was 19 at the time.
Oh.
Yeah. But it's just because Florida's like that. In Florida, you in order to get the death, and I'm glad that takes place, that it's not just up to a judge to make that decision on someone's fate, especially since there's been so many wrongful convictions that have taken place. So I like that aspect of due process in Florida, that a jury decides his fate and not, because I'm good either way, honestly.
Yeah,
I'm good either
too.
way. If he gets the death penalty or he gets life in prison without the possibility of parole, either one. I feel as though whatever the parents feel is justice,
I agree.
I'm rooting for them to get justice. Whatever the families feel should be justice, to me, that's justice.
Well, they usually do that, right? They usually do take into account what the families say, right?
Before sentencing, yes.
Yeah.
Before sentencing, yes. They get a chance to speak. What do you call that, Matt?
The impact statements.
Impact statements. Yes.
Let me ask you guys this. You guys are I always get into arguments with people about this, but I do know that it is cheaper to have somebody, it doesn't make any sense, but it's cheaper to have somebody on death row than it is to put someone to death. And I guess because of the cost of the appeals and all of that stuff, I'm not sure why that is, but it's the truth that it's cheaper, correct?
Well,
Correct.
sure. Yeah, because you're not paying for 3 meals a day. You're not paying for what it takes to keep them sheltered and have a roof over their head
No,
No,
for
no.
the
What
rest
she
of their
means
no,
is
no,
lives.
the
being on death
opposite.
row. So they're
Yeah,
practically in prison rather than the reason it's cheaper to have them on death row or in prison than
Then to put
going
them to
through
death.
appeal is you have to pay for a massive legal team.
Right.
Like if you think his legal team is big now, when he gets to the appeals, it'll be even bigger.
Right. Right. That's what
So,
I thought.
but saying that, the
just so
defense also,
crazy because it's just so crazy because there's so much evidence against this guy. You know what
yeah,
I mean? It's not like there's just a few witnesses. Like there is video footage of this guy
Well,
yeah,
shooting.
and he admitted it.
Right. And he
yeah.
pled guilty. Right.
You know.
Cheapest route ever.
Right.
Call all the news companies and be like, "Hey, we're gonna shoot this guy in Times Square. Have all your cameras here.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean,
Put it on
you know,
TV across the world. You shoot up our schools. Boom.
Yeah.
What'd that
That's
take?
true.
About $1.50 to shoot him?
Listen, there are some states I think that you are able to choose how you want to die.
Yes,
And
Georgia is
some
one
of
of
them
them.
are
Florida is another.
there's like firing squads still.
I binge watched a series recently called The Killing, which was great, by the way.
What channel?
It's on Hulu. You can binge
Okay.
watch it on Hulu. I think it's 4 seasons, maybe 4 seasons. And the show's over. It's done, so you won't be left hanging. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Good.
So
I only like
so I binge watched this series, and there was a season where there was a guy on death row, and he was probably innocent. I can't really remember exactly what happened. But he chose death by hanging. Like he had the choice.
Yeah.
And he chose death by hanging. And I didn't know until watching that. And it's a fictional show, so I didn't put too much into it. But I wondered, like, if that's actually a thing where you get to actually choose,
It is.
you know,
Yeah,
how
in
you
some
go.
states,
Georgia
they
guy just won his appeal, and he's due to be death by firing squad.
Firing squad, I know. That's what I heard that too. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah, he just won his appeal on that.
Wow.
I'm going lethal injection all the way.
Me
dude.
too, because you get a little
Like,
buzz before you go.
or it's just painless, at least. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, it's just
well, no,
painless.
that's the problem. A lot of states that have people on death row that use lethal injection, the reason why they're not going ahead with the with carrying it out is because no company is willing to provide them with drugs that will do it because of the fact that they have so many stuff ups.
Well, I think what I understood that it was because there were so many issues with trying to start an IV, and sometimes like they're strapped down there, and
Veins
there's that
collapse
double
because
vein
they're
and
not
that.
really well hydrated in prison.
Right.
One of
Because a lot of them are already junkies, their veins are in bad
Exactly.
condition.
Yep.
And then there's the fact that because they were junkies or are junkies, the drugs that they use to do it just simply aren't effective.
Right. Exactly. So they're strapped down, and it's taking hours.
Yeah,
Instead
if
of,
it works at all.
they're saying that's
There's been cases
inhumane.
where it hasn't worked at all, and they're not allowed to try for a second time.
Exactly, which has got to be just torture. But oh well.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, there's the whole argument of
humanity.
being humane. Yeah, being humane. There's that whole argument because and being no better than the murderer themselves and whatnot.
That was the biggest reason that
Right.
the company that made the lethal injection drug, I believe it was the sleep part of it.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know.
They
Understand why
forced
they have
them to
to
stop making them.
I don't know why they have to start making a lethal injection. Just overdose them. Give them a giant thing of fentanyl. Bye. Done.
Yeah, but there's no guarantee that they'll die.
Oh
You
God,
know,
yeah,
I
they
mean,
will.
what
You have a
happens if
giant
Keith?
dose?
What happens if Keith Richards goes on death row and then you give him a giant dose of fentanyl? Like he's gonna be like, more, please.
Well, listen, I was on a fentanyl patch for 25 years of a 150 microgram patch of fentanyl. So it was a huge dose for 25 years. And so
Yeah.
I'd be that person that would have a difficult time, that because it didn't affect me as like it did anybody else. But a large enough dose IV is going to put anybody out. I don't care what their tolerance is. It's going to
Well,
overdose them.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
crazy because there's also, hold on, let me Google this.
The other thing you missed on Friday, the defense fucked up big time. During the lunch break, they notified the judge that I think it's Channel 10 that you guys, or that they have there in Florida, had posted on their website the identities of the jurors.
Oh God.
That's no
And
good.
that,
No
which
good.
then the judge ripped into Channel 10, and the Channel 10's like, I have no idea what the hell they're talking about, but I'll definitely relay it back to our web team. And then the defense lawyer stood back up and said, sorry, our mistake. They didn't identify the jurors. They just gave descriptions. And the judge was fucking pissed to the moon and back.
I bet.
Because she was ready to remove press pass and access to Channel 10 over breaking the rules
Over a mistake.
and causing a mistrial when it never happened.
Oh God.
There's another case that I used to cover. There's just no updates in that case either. And there was a woman named Heidi Plank who went missing.
I know
and
who that is.
she's still, nobody knows where she is or what happened, but the common theory lately, the latest theory anyway, even though it's months old, is that she overdosed on fentanyl, and she was in somebody's house, somebody's apartment, where she overdosed on fentanyl, and then they just got rid of her body.
Well, because there's a misconception that, well, I don't know if it's a misconception, but there used to be a law that you would get in trouble if you were called an ambulance and they overdosed, that the people that called the ambulance would get in trouble. Now,
Well, sure. I mean, you're using drugs illegally, of course, and if that house belonged to a dealer, well, they're going to have plenty to be afraid of.
Right, but what dealers generally don't let their people sit and get high unless it's a trap house or something.
Not necessarily. I mean, yeah, there's trap houses.
So.
For
Yeah,
sure.
that could happen. But what I'm saying is, like, I would not have cared one way or the other. I would have called it. I would have done CPR, called an ambulance, and done that. You know, I wouldn't have cared about getting in trouble.
Well, yeah, because apparently the report is that her behavior was really erratic when she was at her son's football game. Her ex-husband, the kid's dad, said that she was acting strange and whatnot, and then yeah. So
well, I wouldn't have thought that because she was on fentanyl she was acting strange. She would have been acting very like tired and been like, you would be able to tell.
Well, no, the theory is that she was doing meth and mixing it with fentanyl.
Right, I was gonna say meth would make her act odd and paranoid, and
there's also a huge difference between fentanyl that you're used to and street fentanyl, which is synthetic and street made.
Right.
They're putting that shit. They're putting that shit in everything, man. Like,
yeah, it is. Their heroin is almost like gone off of the streets, I understand, and it's just fentanyl now.
Yeah, it's just like, cut to hell with fentanyl now, and people are dropping dead left and right.
Yeah, they test it, and there's no heroin in it at all. And, and they're
people are just dropping dead.
Well, they're mixing it with everything. They're mixing it with ecstasy.
Yep.
Well, that's what it is. It's like, I mean, here in Tennessee, luckily now where I live, that you don't see much of it. I mean, I'm sure it's a thing, but I was living in Knoxville prior to where I'm living now, and I mean, in the summertime, the meth heads just come out.
Oh, really?
You see that everywhere. But you have that. you have that versus cocaine because you can just make meth. You know what I mean? Like it's made in somebody's kitchen. You know what I'm saying? And so there's just an unlimited supply to it. You know what I mean? Whereas cocaine has to be smuggled and shipped and, you know, and in Miami, it's real easy because it's Miami. It's right there. The coast is right there.
Yeah, it's made a huge surge. I'm in Cincinnati. It's made a huge presence here, where it used to just be like out in the sticks out in Indiana or Kentucky, and it's big over here now too. But it's and what I have noticed is that there is a lot of you know, typical people that are using it, where it's not just your
dude, you can spot a meth head like that.
Where these are women that are, you know,
like you can spot a meth head real easy. Like I see somebody on the street and I'm like, you know, sidestepping. I'm sidestepping. They don't have any teeth.
They have no teeth. The teeth thing is insane. Like when you see a 22-year-old with no teeth, you know. And I mean, but what I'm saying is, though, I have seen lately, I mean, I'm in the PTA, and there was a lady that I knew that was friendly with that was doing meth. I would have never guessed that. Never in a million years.
Cherry, what's the name of the little girl in Washington that went missing? I still haven't found her. The CPS totally failed her. I want to say it's Haley something, but I haven't covered that case in a long time, so I can't remember her name.
I thought that Heidi thing had to do with her business, like her the business that she was in, the company she worked for, and that they were getting indicted for something, right? That Heidi that you just were talking about.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe the you know, like that makes sense because I push that narrative a lot. That that her boss had the motive, you know,
because he wanted her computer right away.
Harmony Montgomery, thank you so much. Harmony. That's her name.
Yeah.
So yeah, let's take a look at some hold on a second.
All these missing kids cases over there is just crazy.
They arrested Harmony's parents.
You have honestly
they're
no
in jail.
idea.
They're in jail, but they still haven't come clean as to what happened to her.
I think they found her body.
You have no idea how many of them just
no, they haven't found her yet.
No,
are just not reported.
The last
over
big
here.
case that we had here in Australia, we ended up finding the little girl. That was Cleo.
Oh yes, what happened with that?
That was crazy. I even thought the parents did it. Like
well,
that
there's
right
a
there
YouTuber,
goes to show. That right there
there's a
goes
YouTuber
to show
that was catfished and put out there that an insider from the police told him that that the parents were involved. The parents had nothing to do with it. Parents had no idea who the guy was.
Like that goes to show. I mean, everybody's like, it's impossible. The parents, Summerwell's parents had to do it, blah, blah, blah. And
there's no evidence of that.
There's no evidence to dictate that. There's evidence that they're shitty people. You know what I mean?
Plenty of that.
Sure.
Yeah.
There's plenty of that, but there's no evidence that they had anything to do with their daughter's disappearance. Now, so to say there's no way that there's, you know, that somebody could have just grabbed her. I'm not buying that. Well, look what happened to that case in Australia.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Like, and that was like
they just nabbed her. Like they took her from the parents'
just grabbed her from the tent.
In
their mom and dad was sleeping 2 meters away from her.
The dingo ate my baby.
So I mean,
turns out that happens.
Yeah.
So the dingo didn't eat the baby.
Even though it's unlikely, don't sit there and try to tell me it doesn't happen, because it does. And they actually found her, you know, and she's safe, thank God.
She's a happy little girl. They wanted to try and shelter her, move away from the town, and change her name and all that kind of thing. And she was like, "No, I'm fine with it." I mean, she's little and that, so does she really know what it is? But she was like,
"Shouldn't be making those decisions." I don't think.
Once they
see, that's the thing, is everybody always, because statistically, it's the parents or it's the husband or the wife, or you know what I mean. Statistically, yeah, but that doesn't give you the right to automatically jump to that conclusion and make that person's life a living hell on social media.
Do you
Like, look
remember
at
that? Do you remember that story with the pregnant lady that, or she just
I
had
was
the
just gonna
baby,
bring that up.
and that guy looked guilty as sin for having that
He didn't look
awkward
guilty to
interview?
me at all. He didn't
The
look
guy that
guilty
had
to
the
me at
bad
all.
interview, the bad,
Yeah,
the bad,
but that didn't. He was crying.
yeah,
No, that right there is a perfect example of people jumping to
yep,
conclusions and not knowing shit about body language, not knowing shit about anything, and all of a sudden they're body language experts. They're
Well, he stopped an interview
they're
in the middle
lie
of the interview.
detectors. He was crying. He was doing
Did
everything
you
that
see the
people would.
interview?
Yeah, I did. I covered it.
Well, when he stopped the interview in the middle of it, you know what I'm talking about? He stopped
Yeah.
in the middle of it, and he was talking about the lights, and then he said, "Oh, I gotta stop right now," in the middle of it, and walked away or whatever because he was uncomfortable. Just so happened that
Yeah.
he was real uncomfortable in front of the camera, and that did not make him guilty. But and everybody jumped his ass.
I
Everybody
didn't.
did. You
I
didn't.
didn't.
That's good. That's good.
Nope.
'Cause
I didn't.
I
I
thought
was
he was.
and I was paired with a YouTuber at the time. Her name's Danielle. She's done with YouTube, I think. I texted with her not too long ago, actually. But she had a channel. Fuck, what was the name of her channel? I already forgot the name of what her channel was. But I was paired with her covering that case, and everybody jumped to that conclusion. And I was like, what is the world coming to? I'm living in a crazy world. Like, you have no evidence that this dude is not totally suffering right now because his infant baby and the mother of his infant baby are missing.
Yeah.
She was just born,
I know.
like, how do you expect this guy to act? And everybody tore him apart.
Yeah.
Everyone tore him apart. JS
They
for
really
Justice tore this guy apart.
Who did?
And then
JS
for Justice. Yeah, no, and she got famous off of it. Like,
yeah, she
she
did.
she ended up going. She ended up on She was featured on Good Morning
Good Morning
America.
America.
She ended up on Dateline. They flew her out to New York to film Dateline and everything.
Wasn't it because it happened, like they found her or something? It happened during an interview that she had somebody on her panel.
She was literally dragging this guy with somebody claiming to be Heidi Broussard's best friend.
That's right.
And
That's
she
right.
wasn't. And she was dragging this guy for like 3 hours with this girl. And then the case broke. While she was live, the cops raided Megan Faramuska's house.
Is Jazz for Justice still around? I think. Didn't she?
Yeah. And she's still up to her same old shit. Yeah, she's still up to her same old shit.
Didn't she go crashing into the ground during the after Chris Watts? Yeah, she where she ended up trying to join with Chris Watts' parents to prove that he was innocent.
But she came out of that.
I thought that would be the end of her.
I thought so too. But
no. Then she just, like a stroke of luck and timing. She
if
happened
she could
to be
survive
live.
that, she has more lives than a cat.
She happened to be live. She happened to be live when the cops raided Megan Faramuska's house.
Right.
And she happened to be live with somebody claiming to be Heidi Broussard's best friend, and she was not.
Yeah,
she was not.
Up with she knew the person that did it, and she knew Heidi. Yeah. She knew the Megan and Heidi, and she.
And the whole time she was shit talking this guy and spreading all these shitty rumors about the guy, and then the case breaks, and then for some reason the local Texas news is like, the J is for Justice podcast, blah blah blah, and I was like, you believe, ain't this a bitch? You believe this shit?
I couldn't.
Yeah.
I was watching it.
Dad with a phone crawled all deep into her ass. And it was ridiculous. It was just a shit show. It was the most ridiculous thing I ever saw.
The person she was interviewing hadn't seen either of those girls since she was a kid, I think. Like they were she went to summer camp with them or something, and
she was in the delivery room when Heidi Broussard was delivering the baby.
Oh yeah,
and
that girl. I'm talking about the girl that was on interview.
but she wasn't invited.
Yeah.
You know, she wasn't even supposed to be there.
No.
They wouldn't even let her hold the baby. She wanted
How
to
the
hold
hell
the
do you
baby
get
and they
into a
wouldn't let her.
delivery room without being invited?
That's
She
what I'm
just-
saying.
Well,
I
it
don't
was a
know how she
birthing
pulled that
center.
off.
It was a birthing center.
It was a birthing center, yeah.
So the rules were a little bit more relaxed, I guess. And I think she just was one of those people that kind of pushed her away. And
Yeah,
instead of
like if you
making
want to
things
be here, fine. It was one of
Yeah.
those if you want to be here, fine, you know, but she
uncomfortable.
right. And it was weird because she's the one that they had a bad vibe about.
Yeah,
right?
She
Even
took
though
the baby out of the grandparents' hands.
right,
And,
that's what it was. Yeah,
yeah.
she took the baby out of the grandparents' hands and they were like, "What the fuck?"
Yeah, they were
You
like,
know, really
yeah.
overstepping her boundaries. And then
Really
and she
pushy.
wasn't even the one that they had, like, she's the one that they had a bad vibe about. She's not even the one that ended up like stealing the baby. Like this woman, this Megan Faramuska person, if you're not familiar with the case, what happened was she wore a fake baby bump and faked the pregnancy so they could be pregnancy buddies, right? And be pregnant together.
Yeah.
And then she ended up like kidnapping Heidi Broussard and murdering her and stealing her baby. Right?
They ever find out who drove the car that day? There was 3 people in the car.
Oh, well, no, they never established
It was
that
an
there was
underage
3.
person.
They never established that there was 3 people in the car.
Oh yeah, they did. It was someone that was underage. They established that there was 3 people. They had footage of it, you know. But I don't know who it was.
I don't know about that.
I thought so. And then they found Heidi's car in the backyard or something, right? She had it hidden in the backyard and they saw it on an overview of they had a helicopter or something and they saw the car. And then and the dad of the guy that thought he was the father of the baby had called CPS because
she hasn't even gone on trial yet. Let me see this real quick. So I haven't followed this in a while. So
yeah, me neither. I forgot
Travis
about
County,
it.
Texas. Megan Faramuska, the woman accused of kidnapping and killing Austin mother Heidi Broussard, has been denied her request to throw out evidence from a warrantless search. Good. At a court hearing on Thursday, May 12th, Judge Selena Alvar, I don't know, denied her defense team's request. They claim that the evidence was illegally obtained when investigators entered the Harris County home without a search warrant. The judge ruled that Faramuska voluntarily spoke with law enforcement and at the home and understood her rights.
Remember that lady's boyfriend had called CPS because he said that she wasn't even taking care of the baby. And like he didn't want to have a child with her, remember? He was like on again, off again with her, but he was
he let her live in the house for free.
Yeah.
Like he broke up with her and everything, but like she manipulated him and made him think that she was still pregnant and whatnot.
But then she wasn't even taking good care of the baby.
Yeah, and so, but like by the grace of God, the baby was safe. You know, unfortunately, obviously, unfortunately, Heidi was murdered, but the baby was recovered and given to Shane, her father, and luckily he's living a nice, quiet life. No thanks to fucking J is for Justice and Dad with a phone.
Yeah, and I mean, I felt so bad for him, though. Can you imagine just a brand new father and has to raise? She had a daughter from a previous relationship. I don't know what happened to that daughter, but I assume I don't know if that little girl stayed.
Yeah, I mean, would anybody other than a Lifetime movie script writer come up with the story of what happened here? You know what I mean?
I think Lifetime has come up with that story.
Oakley Carlson, thank you. Okay, I was actually trying to find that. It wasn't Harmony Montgomery. I didn't cover Harmony Montgomery. She's right.
I think was found. I thought.
Yeah, maybe you're right. You might be right. Yeah, I think Harmony Montgomery was her body was found. Hold on.
I'll
It
have to
was
check out this this case here. Yeah,
You will
if my
be
brain can handle another deep dive.
Oh, you'll love that case.
I don't think my head can handle many more.
That one is a good one. I mean, that's one that you will get into for sure.
What case? What are you talking about?
The one that we just were talking about.
The the one where she busted where she got into the delivery room and Faramuska or whatever it was.
Yes. Write it
Yeah.
down because it's a good one.
Oh, I did.
Oh, look. Yeah, I found a thumbnail for Josh's channel when he covered the Oakley Carlson case. I think
I like Josh.
Yeah, Josh is awesome. So here's the image of that. Because I wanted to show what a meth head looks like.
Shut up. You
and
would.
her parents are definitely like, I mean, dude.
Oh.
Like these are meth heads, people. This is what meth heads look like.
I guarantee you.
This guy's an ex-cop.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Did you see that they have now charged that convict of killing the cop, the two that ran away with each other, that ran away?
Oh, the prison guard. Yeah.
The prison guard.
Yeah. No, they charged him with her murder.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
Even though she committed suicide.
I covered that case too. I'm still waiting. I'm still trying to find the nature of that charge. That's why I never talked about it, because there was no information that was given.
I was surprised by that.
I think it'll get dropped.
Well, I know both their last names were White, and they have no relation, but I can't remember the first name, so I can't remember how to Google it. But I covered it.
Well, just put in Google prison guard and inmate escape. It'll come right up.
After seeing Sleepy and Dopey before, I think I can start a YouTube channel.
Sleepy and
Vicky White.
You totally can.
Sleepy and Dopey.
Sleepy and
for
Dopey,
some reason, but you won't get fucking shit for subscribers, because for some reason people like boring, weird people. I can't explain it.
When you said people lost interest in the Teal case coverage, I'm like, oh shit, was that because you had me come on and help you cover it?
No, not
I
at
didn't
all.
lose interest in it. I liked it.
Maybe I'll still get into it.
But I'm one of those people. I'm one of those disgusting people that likes all that drama stuff. I just admit to it. I think a lot of people do.
Vicky White. It's Vicky White. So there's no, but that's the thing is, he's charged with her murder, but it has to be, I don't understand the grounds of which he was arrested, because
she committed suicide whilst in the commission of another federal crime.
She's a grown woman, man.
That's what they're claiming. Yeah. They're saying that because she shot herself whilst in the commission of a prison escape.
Oh, really?
He is guilty by
helped
association.
Him escape.
Yeah, she's the one.
Exactly.
That did it.
That's why I reckon they'll drop the charges. They're grasping at straws
and they charged him with it way later. You know what I mean? Like, so what the fuck?
I thought it was because, I watched somebody else report on it, and they said that it was because she sounded like, or they had her on, on OnStar or whatever, and it sounded like she was gonna, get out of the car and everything, and then she said, oh no, or something like that, and then the gun went off.
No, if you read the report and the charging documents, see
how that's possible. I just don't see how that's possible. What I'm thinking is that he murdered her. He shot her and put the gun in her hands, and then they figured this out later. That's what I think. Because I don't see how her committing suicide, he can be charged with a crime, or charged with her murder. I just don't see that. Like, it doesn't
didn't make sense to anyone. Everyone's just like, how does that work?
She helped him escape. There are witnesses that say that she lied to get him out of the building in the first place. She's on camera getting him out of the building. She's not being forced. She's not at gunpoint. She's not.
No, they were having a
there are
relationship in
there are
prison.
witnesses, right? There are witnesses that account that she had a relationship with the guy. So
yeah.
So there's no, like, unless the only way that I could see how they could possibly charge him with her murder is if he actually shot her and then put the gun in her hands.
That's what they're
She wasn't
saying.
even supposed to be there that day. She was off work that day, and she took him out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huh.
From what I'm gathering from the charging document, they're doing. It says that she committed suicide. He was meant to commit suicide by cop, but they didn't end up shooting him. And the reason why they're charging him with second-degree murder is because of the fact that they were both in the commission of the prison escape when she committed suicide. Therefore, another crime was the cause of her death.
No, you can't hold him accountable for her death. You can't.
That's why they'll probably drop it. The prosecutor is grasping at straws trying to get it through.
Yeah, they want to just nail this dude.
I mean, but he's never getting out anyway.
I know.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Waste of money.
They want to kill him. That's it.
Yeah. Yep, you're right. They do.
If they can put that on him with the charges that he's got now, plus the escape.
Yeah.
And they're also digging into his ex-wife that apparently committed suicide too. If they can prove all of that, they'll kill him.
His ex-wife did too? Well, that's a little...
Yeah.
Yikes. I
don't know how. I think she might have shot herself too.
I've been watching this one. I've been obsessed with it, and it's the craziest thing. It's this pregnant girl in Arkansas who is the biggest victim. I've never seen anybody be a bigger victim in my life, but she's pregnant, and she was living on the street, and doing what sometimes women do when they need a place to stay or a meal or whatever, or drugs or whatever. And she's hooked up with somebody on Bumble that was a military man and a cop, and they had sex, and she accused him of rape, and being pregnant, and now she's pregnant. But then she went ahead and slept with like four other people or something after that. And I think her channel is called, she's on, I guess she's on Facebook, but she's also has a YouTube channel, and it's called something TLC Love Notes for TLC is what she is. And then Arkansas has picked her up. She's got mental health issues big time, but she's a manipulative person. I mean, so manipulative. And she thinks she has been charged with a false report, and they just revoked her bail. And there's another channel, something Noon, that it's a clip channel that roasts this girl pretty hard, and I understand why they do. I was dying to find a community that was watching this chick, because she is just, it's fascinating to watch this girl that really blames everybody else for it, and everybody. She's gotten her brother, she has had a family fight where she's now accused her brother of pushing her down, and she films everything. You know, she's another one of those Dreys, but she never takes a breath. She talks she just sits in front of the camera and talks. But I mean, the other day she's crying and she's got snot running down her nose, but refuses to wipe it so that she can look even more like a victim. I mean, it was just insane. But the clip channel is Moon something. I don't know. Like, some of these people are on Twitch, I guess, and then they stream on YouTube as well. I'm not a gamer at all, so I don't know a lot of these.
Using Twitch to double their monetary.
Yeah, but I mean, I just don't know. A lot of some of these things have just kind of come up on my I think I subscribed to somebody, and then I started to get some like new people in the algorithm, and I jumped on that one, and I'm oddly fascinated with it. I'm fascinated with this girl, so I can't get enough of it. It's wild. It's just I wondered if everybody thought that she was. I would love to see you take a look at that, Will. I would love to see what you thought. Because you would really put it bluntly, you would figure that one out really fast. But I was dying to see if people were sympathetic to her, or if she calls her baby this trash baby. She says like really like volatile things, to really like hype up people, I suppose.
I mean, but was there a crime? Like what?
Well, no, I don't believe so. I think she's full of it. I think, this guy was married, and I think that there's plenty enough evidence to show that she was trying to get a relationship going with him, and she's obsessed with the fact that he was a military man. I think that might have been like the only like decent person she had been with in a while, but she also was married before and had a child that was taken away from her because she set the baby's crib on fire. She put puppies in a freezer. She did all this other stuff, and so, but she couldn't get a relationship going with this guy, and now she's accused him of rape. But she accuses every man of sexually.
But it sounds remarkably uninteresting if there's no actual. It just sounds like people's personal bullshit.
Yeah, I know.
Like I'm not. I'm not touching that shit. No, it sounds ridiculous. I know. I mean, if something happened, sure, but like.
Well, it's about to, because this baby is about to be born, so we're about to see. So we're about to see if this baby looks is underweight, or if if she got pregnant in November, or if she got pregnant.
God, that's so. Yeah. No, look at this. And D-Rod is like, I'm not familiar with that case. It's because it's not a fucking case.
It's not a case.
It's just, it's just people's bullshit. Like, I don't understand how people are so fascinated by stuff like this. That doesn't make sense to me.
Sorry.
I see that. I see that. You
bitch be crazy disease.
Yeah. I'm the person that you make fun of, and that you think are like crazy for looking at that stuff. But I think a lot of people do. They just don't want to admit that people that say, "Oh, I hate drama." They love it, drama.
No, they do. All the people who say they hate drama are the ones
that love it the most.
Like the people who claim to be empaths, quote unquote, are usually the least empathetic people I've ever fucking met.
Yeah, that's like a buzzword right now, isn't it? Empath. Isn't that like what people are saying?
No,
right now?
You want to hear it? You want to hear a buzzword?
It's almost used as much as narcissist.
There you go.
Malignant narcissist.
Everybody's a narcissist.
Yeah, narcissist and gaslighting are the buzzwords.
Yeah,
I'm just fascinated by the psychology of it all.
Yeah, right.
I'm fascinated with the fascination of it. Like, I don't understand.
Why don't you understand? I think you like to watch some.
Well, that's my whole thing is I don't understand the fascination with reality TV. I don't watch reality TV. Like, you could not tie me down to watch an episode of the Chrisleys. Ever.
Oh my god! We're just gonna have to break up then.
The only reason that I'm aware of Todd Chrisley's show is because this job I used to have, it would be playing on the TV in the background.
Yeah.
And I once in a while glance over and be like, how does nobody know that this dude is super gay?
Yeah.
Like he's so gay, and that's okay. You know what I mean? But like, he has this huge family, and I'm like, I just don't get it,
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's the fascination is like everybody knows this guy's gay and he's, not.
Allegedly, because he's suing for Katie for saying that.
Come on, man, dude. Like, I mean,
his business partner that just rolled on him is the one said that he had like a 7-year relationship with him, that he is denying. The guy that
Look, see,
that
people are like Real Housewives. I'm like, I have no interest in that shit at all. Like, it is pure torture to me to be forced to have to watch
no.
that shit. I
I
never got
got a Real
into.
Housewife. I had enough of that shit.
We're
I
gonna
never
have
got into. I never understood the fascination with the what's the
Kardashians?
show? What's the show? Oh,
Kardashians.
Survivor. Even Survivor. Even though I understand the fascination, I just never got into it.
I
But
didn't
just
like
any reality TV, I just could not get into it.
What do you
Like,
like to watch?
The back of my eyelids.
Movie, yeah, over that, yeah. but I love movies. You know,
Yeah.
I can watch true crime shows like Dateline.
Me too. I can watch documentaries.
You know, I could,
all day.
yeah. You know, but
Well,
but
then
I
we might have
can't.
a chance now. We might have a chance. I was scared that I was going to have to break up with the reality TV, but the documentaries are, yeah, I love true crime stuff. I can watch that all day and all night. Yeah. But
It's creepy the shit I go to sleep watching.
No, there's a reason why I'm single, because like I am a horrible partner that way. Like I don't like watching movies with people.
I don't either.
It annoys the shit out of me because somebody's gonna talk.
Someone's gonna talk and I'm gonna be
like,
so pissed.
Yeah. If I have a woman next to me asking me questions, I'm like, I'm watching the same fucking thing you are. Why are you asking me questions about it?
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up and open your eyes.
I'm watching the same thing you are. What are you talking?
I don't like to watch TV with people at all. So I will go in another room and watch the exact same thing that you were watching, but just in another room.
I used to do that with my ex-wife.
Yeah.
I built a whole nother addition to my house to do that.
Noise canceling.
What is it?
Yeah,
The noise
no.
canceling?
Jeremy's
I have neurophones. They're
Jeremy's my
headphones
homie,
designed
dude.
by NASA.
I can watch movies with Jeremy though, like
Yeah.
because we find the same ridiculous shit funny.
Really?
Yeah, I grew up with Jeremy. Jeremy's
Oh,
my
you
homie. I
did?
grew up with him. Yeah.
Aw.
And there's Katie. I grew up with Katie too. I've known Katie since I was 13 years old. I was 13 when I met Katie.
You should have, or let's hear from them. Let's hear some.
We were
great
best friends in
stories.
middle school.
That's
But yeah, me
good.
and some of the like that great era of movies in the 90s I got to watch with Jeremy.
Yeah,
Like,
I noticed
I
that
think-
you grew up the
I
same
think the
time
first
I
time
did.
I watched Usual Suspects was probably with Jeremy, and Seven was with Jeremy.
Yeah.
I think because
I
we
was
had an
with
apartment together. So yeah, we were roommates, and so you know,
I
we didn't
remember
have-
watching Fast Times at Ridgemont High when I was little, and I with my big sister was home with me, and I remember praying afterwards because I watched that dirty movie, and I didn't know what any of it meant really. I remember that when I was little.
G310. That was it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was our apartment number. We always like, I mean, of course, like we were in our early 20s when we had that apartment. So every day was a party. Every single day.
I bet.
we had a rule. We had to create this board of rules because people would come over, you know. We had the apartment, so people would always come over.
Yeah.
And we made ridiculous rules. We got so power drunk. We got so power drunk because we had the apartment. And so like if you're gonna come here and hang out, you gotta abide by our shit.
You gotta do all this stuff. Yeah.
We one of the rules was no collective soul or Marilyn Manson. And you would to sign the rules if you were going to hang out in our apartment.
I would have to agree with that.
So you had to sign the rules. So if somebody came into our apartment wearing a Marilyn Manson t-shirt, they had to turn it inside out.
Shut up.
Like, yeah. They had to turn it inside out. We were such dicks. We were total dicks.
When I moved out of my parents' house, I only lived by myself. And I've had the same friends since I was like in the second grade, and a huge group of friends, but I never wanted to live with anybody because I just knew that was a recipe for disaster, that, you know, most of the time you would end up not being friends if you moved in with them, you know? So I just didn't do that. I never lived with a guy, you know, just didn't
Katie's been to G310. She was dating our other roommate, Phil, at the time.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, she's been to that apartment.
And did
Um,
you guys play in a band?
Briefly. Well, me and Jeremy did. Jeremy, I mean, we had I think we were called, what was it, Cheswick? And we played a couple of cover songs, and then Jeremy lost interest, and years later, me and that drummer, like he became really good friends with us, and me and that drummer ended up starting a band later, way later, that actually got to actually do stuff.
Are you a bass player or a guitar player?
I was a guitar player. I mean, I
There's
play
no
guitar.
way he's a bass player. Look at him.
I I played guitar, and then it's a funny story. There was this band that we had, not Jeremy. This was way years later after that. But with Jeremy, we were just screwing around and having fun. Like, we even covered the Heathcliff theme, the cartoon.
Oh,
We did
really?
like
So
a
do you guys
punk
did
version of
all
the Heathcliff
covers?
theme. Yeah, basically,
Yeah.
yeah. We didn't have any original songs. Like, none of us knew how to play, really, and Jeremy
Yeah.
can't sing for shit.
Do we ever?
So, yeah, Jeremy's a terrible singer. And so we years later, I had this band, and there were two of us playing guitar, and we had a bassist, and our drummer was doing vocals. You know, kind of like the Eagles, I guess. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
I dated
sat
two
behind the
drummers.
kick and
Yeah.
he sat behind the kick and screamed into a mic. And then but our bassist quit the band to go live with my ex.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sounds about right for a bassist.
Right.
Totally. Yeah. My ex sucks. She's terrible.
Oh, man. You can't
and
homie hop. No homie
So,
hopping.
oh yeah. She literally, at one point, like, I made the observation. I was like, she fucked 75% of this band. Like, there's 4 of us.
Yeah, that's a Band-Aid.
And I was like, Jesus Christ, I got kids with this woman. This sucks. My life is terrible.
Man.
Yeah, terrible.
Band's
But
new name
so
when you reunite is Get Around.
Get Around.
So he quit the band to go live with her. And
how long did that last?
Take it easy, Jeremy. He quit the band to go live. No, he's married to her to this day. Yeah, they're still together. He's
true love.
Yeah, I won't get into that. Yeah, it's not that. I promise you, it's not that.
He's a bass player. He got what he could.
It's definitely not true love. But I remember the bass gear that we had in there belonged to our other guitarist. So he couldn't take it with him. And so we were like, well, what the fuck are we going to do? And I thought, you know what? Well, we got to find a new bass player, and then we got to try them out, and they got to learn all the songs. And we're basically starting from scratch. We're about to start playing shows, you know, and then what ended up happening was I was just like, fuck it. What I'm going to do, I don't play bass, but I'm going to play this thing like a 4-string guitar. I'm going to cheat. I'm going to cheat. And then I'm going to add distortion to the bass.
Yeah.
And then it just made things real simple, because now there was only 3 of us.
Right.
And when there's just a trio, it makes it a lot easier in the process, a lot faster to write, compose, and put songs together.
I bet.
So
practice was simple.
Way easier. Now Mike was a really good bassist, man. You know, I feel bad because like I genuinely missed him. I was like, fuck, because he's a really good bassist. But for me, it was just, okay, well, I'm just gonna play this thing like I'm playing a guitar for the most part. And then it turned out to kind of
90s music, or did you play like 70s 80s stuff? No, wait. Did you guys play 60s, 70s, or did you play 80s, 90s?
We played what's considered stoner rock, I guess, or doom metal.
Classic rock or hard rock?
No. I'll play you a video. This is one of the very few videos.
Yes.
because we ended up getting a drummer later because our singer slash drummer, well, I wouldn't call him a singer, he was a screamer.
Yeah.
But our vocalist was he it got to the point to where our music became a little bit more complicated. We started to evolve in that sense, and he was just like, I can't keep playing drums and singing. I can't do it.
So what? Yeah,
We're gonna have to get a drummer. And then we hired a drummer. Well, I wouldn't say hired him. It's not like he got paid,
right.
but he was actually on a waiting list to join the police academy, and now he's a Miami Metro cop.
Oh wow,
the drummer.
That's odd.
But
wait, now so this is different than Jeremy wasn't in this band.
No. This is years after Jeremy.
You don't have anything with you and Jeremy then?
No. Thank God too.
And Jeremy, you were a singer? Was Jeremy the singer?
I would use that. I would use that term very loosely. Jeremy's a terrible vocalist.
Thank God there's no video of me playing.
That's me before gray hair, and then playing bass there. And I was really sick that day. I remember I had a really bad flu. And it was the one time somebody actually filmed us. I used to like normally I was jumping all over the stage. I was all over the place. Because our shit was easy to play. So it was,
you had the same look, you've got the same outfit on still.
No, I had a different shirt on. I had a PBR shirt.
I'm just kidding. I'm just saying, what does he have on? Like a what the hell is that?
That's
he looks
Luke.
Like he's wearing a hazmat suit.
No, he's got a shirt on with a long sleeve under it. This was probably 2008, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's
so, but
what is that?
I'm not going to continue playing that.
Heavy grunge.
See, no, like I said, if you, I guess you could call it it was called doom metal or stoner rock, slow, but really heavy riffs.
Yeah.
And really loud. Like we weren't satisfied unless your beer was vibrating in your hand at a show.
Oh, God.
One day I'll learn bass.
I mean, it's silly. We played with so many different, it just, when you play music, I guess it gets to a point where it's kind of silly to try to label what genre it is. Like people call grunge, but really, what does grunge actually sound like? Think about it. Like the only reason any of those bands are called grunge is because they came from Seattle.
Yeah.
But Alice in Chains sounds nothing like Pearl Jam or Soundgarden. Yeah. Soundgarden sounds nothing like Alice in Chains or Pearl Jam. Mudhoney sounds nothing like any of those bands. None of those bands sound similar at all.
Not at all.
So it's just silly to label them, So, I mean, yeah, we used to play with this one band called the Jacuzzi Boys, and they were great. They were really, they were young kids, man. Yeah, they were young kids. We were already in our 30s when we were playing this music, and we just didn't care. And we had the chance to tour with a band called Poison the Well.
Poison the Well.
You may have heard of them.
I
They in the early 2000s they were really popular in the hardcore emo scene.
Very popular.
So we got the chance to tour with them once, but they were already pretty much done too. They were only getting 500 kids or whatever to show.
You remember a band called Surrender Dorothy?
Nope.
No.
But the thing is that we were already all in our 30s, and I was the only one that wasn't married out of everybody in the band. Everybody else was married in the band, and so their wives.
You took up bass.
Yeah.
Their wives, yeah, probably. Their wives were like, nope. You're not touring. What do you think? You're 20? No, you're not going on a tour. What the fuck? That's so funny.
I dated a guy, a drummer, for a long time, and everybody got married except for us. But we broke up. But then they started back again after their kids got older, and they're still playing. So they just are doing it for fun now, but they opened up for Goo Goo Dolls, and they did, some cool stuff.
I like Goo Goo Dolls. I wish they'd
Yeah.
stop trying. Like they started off as a punk band, and
Yeah.
they were fucking terrible. I thought they sucked. They just turned out to be really good at writing ballads.
Yeah,
Like
they
I
did.
actually, I really like their ballads.
The one that starts off with the soft
All of
piano.
them are good, man. Like
Yeah.
I like all kinds of music, man. Like I'm not,
I do too.
I like all kinds of stuff. And people like, if you like this music, it doesn't make sense if you like that music.
Oh
And that's
no,
just
that's I've got a real eclectic.
that's snobby bullshit. Yeah, that's just snobby.
I've got a real eclectic thing. I like a lot of stuff that you'd be surprised about.
I mean, like when I go to the gym, like I might want to listen to an old Metallica album, or I'll listen to Neil Diamond. You never
Neil
know.
Diamond is like one of my favorites.
I might be in the mood for God knows what. I might be in the mood for Alanis Morissette. I might be in the mood for.
That's great.
I'm hanging my head in shame right now. I'm a guitarist, and I've never heard "Stairway to Heaven."
Oh, really?
Good for you. Way to avoid that.
That's like the longest song. Jeez.
I mean,
don't listen to it. Don't learn how to play it. Just leave it alone.
Right.
It
that's
alone.
like
you're not missing anything.
What is that? That Deep Purple, or what is it that boys always would start playing? That
Smoke on the Water.
That's
Smoke on the Water.
Yeah, God.
Yep, that's the riff you hear when you walk. Guitar Center or Sam Ash. That's the riff.
That is. Oh, Jeremy. And then listen, I'll tell you what, I always liked bass players. They were always the sweetest. They were always really nice. The bass players that I knew were always just kind of the nicest, and they were always in a chill mode.
That's because they barely crave any attention. They're not attention whores like the guitarists and the singers.
That's absolutely true.
If you can get somebody who's willing to play bass in a band,
Oh, really?
One of my dearest friends, Eric, like, it's funny, when we started, it was funny. Like when I started playing music, with Jeremy, actually, it was really funny. We had this friend, and he would sit in the studio, and there'd be a bass with the bass gear, and we would be like, dude, like, Eric, like, pick up the fucking bass. Don't just stand there doing nothing. There's a bass. Like, oh, I don't know how to play it. We'll figure it out. And then he did, and now he's like the dopest bass player I've ever heard. Insane, like sick. Like, he's almost, I venture to say that he is on the spectrum, because he has a sister who's autistic. But I would venture to say that Eric is totally like on the spectrum, because he just got so fixated on getting good at that thing. And now, like, today he's in like 2 or 3 bands.
Oh, really?
And he's the guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's the guy that I can get like shit-faced drunk at 3 a.m. and call up and guarantee you he's drunk too. And then
they first worked out I'm on the spectrum because of the way I learn how to play music and that. I literally learned to play piano from nothing to fluent in half an hour by just sitting and watching someone play.
Wow. Yeah, that would be it. Yeah, my son is autistic. I never even thought about music for him, as far as
it's just that, Eric, my friend Eric, he's so like, he's really funny, but he's also very like, it's weird. Like, when he tells jokes, it's almost like he's engaged in a project.
Yeah, I know.
And we used to make fun of him because, like, when he would stand still, his fists were up like this.
Yeah,
and
that's how my son is.
He talks really monotone.
I
remember one time
does he flap his hands at all?
No. Like, he doesn't move his arms.
Oh, really?
No, like, and I love him to death. He's fantastic, and he's been married to one of my best friends for they've been married for, oh God, so many years. Like, they're the only ones One of the few that the marriage like lasted forever, and they're never gonna break up. Like they're never getting divorced, those two.
Yeah.
And they're best friends. They're best friends.
That's great.
Yeah, for sure. But yeah, he's also, I remember like there was this one time there was a 4th of July barbecue at a mutual friend of ours house who we were in a band with then, me and Eric, and it was another band, and we for some reason we were so drunk, we were drinking all day.
Yeah.
I mean all day, and it was already like 9-10 o'clock at night, and then me and this dude had this, not Eric but another dude, we had this idea to do a beer run, right? Like we were joking about it, because we used to do it back in the day, and we were already like 30 years old, and it was the stupidest thing to do. We were just so drunk, and it was just a dumb thing to do.
Yeah.
Well, we did get away with it. But yeah, like he's like, I'll drive. If you do it, I'll drive. And I was like, I'll fucking totally do that.
Wait, what is your beer run? What is your beer?
So,
like beer run is what?
I walked into the convenience store. I picked up 2 cases of beer, put it on the counter, reached into my pocket like I was pulling out my money, and I went, "Beer bandit," and I grabbed the beer and ran out the door and jumped in the car, and there and so we came back with this beer. The dude tried to chase me, but my friend Kyle drove a Camaro, and it's a fast car. So yeah, we were gone. Like
now the Camaros,
he didn't have time to do anything
on the top of them, or those are Firebirds, I guess, with that big.
That's a Trans Am.
Yeah, Trans Am. But yeah, so yeah, we get back, and Eric is standing there, and we were laughing hysterically because we were laughing at ourselves for being so stupid. You know, like, how old are we? Why did we do this stupid thing?
Yeah.
But we got away with it, so it's funny. You know what I mean? So we were just laughing at our own stupidity. Like, I could have totally went to jail for the dumbest shit in the world.
Right.
Like, totally stupid. Not proud of it. But we were dying laughing, drinking this beer. And Eric was, standing there, and he was
standing there with his fist closed.
And his wife was just not approving of this behavior at all.
I'm sure.
And so she said something to him, and then he's, Will, did you steal this beer? And I was like, yeah. And I was like, yeah. And he was like, I'm leaving. I'm not drinking any of that beer. And he got all uptight about it. He got all uptight about it. That's just Eric, man. Like, he's just, and he's a good dude.
That's good. I'm glad to know that you've got some
friends scruples. Yeah, he's got scruples.
That has some.
And he'll totally have your back, and he'll totally call you out when you're doing something dumb. But we enjoyed the beer. I didn't feel guilty about it at all.
It's amazing when I think back about all the things that I could have gone, that I'm still alive. I'm shocked by some of the dumb things I did that were so dangerous. I just think, oh my God,
Jesus Christ. Don't even get me thinking about that.
I think that's most people's lives.
Well,
yeah, for sure.
Too. I think so
God,
too. The dumb things.
I'm shocked that I'm even still alive.
Oh yeah, I know. I'll tell you what.
Shocked.
This has been like an adult. I went to one of those. I went to one of those places that sells discount mattresses, like discount beds or whatever. And I met the guy that had, I guess, I forget how it was, but it was like a sign that I called this person. He said, yeah, I've got a whole bunch, and I'll meet you over here. And I met him over there, and he opens up this big warehouse, and he shuts it. And I'm like, well, now I'm closed off in this warehouse. Nobody has any idea where I am. And there's 100 beds in there, and just me and this dude. And I thought, well, now I did it. I'm going to get raped and murdered, and no one's ever going to find me again. I just cannot believe
I don't understand, man. Some of you women do the stupidest fucking shit and put yourselves in the dumbest positions when we talk about these crime cases.
That was the dumbest.
Yeah, like, I'll talk to some of my mods that will remain nameless, and I'll hear like them tell me that I'm like, what the fuck are you thinking?
I
What are you
know.
doing?
I know. Like, I
Like,
would
are
have
you
told my
trying to
daughter.
like, how many of these cases do we have to cover before you actually realize that that's a stupid thing to do?
Well, and
You
I'm like a
know,
nervous person. Like, I don't do those kinds of things. Like, I'm the person that's always, like always worried about everybody and always like checking up on everybody. And so, like, for me to do something that stupid, and I mean, I literally, he shut that door, and it was like pitch black in there with like a bunch of beds, and now I can't get out, and I'm thinking, oh my god. Well, here it is. Like, I finally pushed the limit. I finally did it. I'm gonna be murdered. So, and raped first, on one of these
I would have
discount
been
beds.
murdered on principle, because as soon as he closed the door, I would have looked at him and went, well, we're going to fuck or what?
No.
Well, as a guy.
Yeah, dude, like let's not half-ass this here. Like,
Yeah. Like,
put up or shut up,
like, it
buddy.
makes me sweat thinking about it. Like, I'm like, oh god, I can't believe I did that.
Yeah, I have so many moments, like cringe moments,
Yeah.
memories where I'm just like, oh my god, like what was I thinking?
Yeah, to get a discount.
I've kissed death on the lips so many fucking times that I can't even like. It's crazy. Like,
God.
I can't believe I got to be the age that I am.
Me too.
In one piece.
Yes, me too. And I mean, I've had some close calls for sure. And I've put myself in these positions where I didn't know I was going to be in that position until it was happening. I'm thinking like, oh no, like I'm so embarrassed that I'm going to die this way.
Yo, cheesy wheezy, man. Like, being a female and a truck driver, man, that takes guts, dude.
Wow.
Because that takes guts, man. Because like that's crazy. Like, if you're a truck driver, you are the most likely to get away with murder.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like for sure. Like, you're always on the road. How are they gonna, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
there was you troll trucks, you troll truck stops and shit for prostitutes.
Well, look
like,
at that happy
people nobody's ever gonna miss.
Yeah, that one guy that did that. What was he? That he was a big giant guy, and he was a truck driver. His daughter does true crime, and she does all the interviews and stuff. What is that guy's name? You know what I'm talking about? He was a truck driver, and he's a serial killer. You know who he is. He's a famous serial killer, and his daughter is a blonde girl, and she's always on the chat knows. Chat knows who it is. She's blonde, and she's on like one of the news shows.
Happy face killer.
I thought it was the happy face killer too. Yeah, that's it. What's his name though?
I don't know.
You know that, Kate. You know who that is. And he was a truck driver, and he managed to do that for years and years and years. And he's yeah, it's crazy because you could get away with that so easily, I would think.
And there's so many people, like there's just so many fucking rapists out there. Like I don't understand the mentality. I just don't understand the mentality.
That somebody a sex offender, you know how you can get those sex offender things or whatever, and I just got one.
Keith Hunter, Safari Dream saying Keith Hunter.
Yeah, that's it.
Or Dennis Redmond.
What?
No, Keith Hunter. Okay, perfectly imperfect saying Dennis Redmond, but I think that Dennis Rader is who she's thinking of, and that's the BTK killer.
Yeah.
Blind torture and
blind torture and kill.
Run up behind him, poke him in the eyes.
I understand how these people have a fucking true crime channel and fucking it's so.
I don't know, man. That's crazy. Yeah, that guy got big because of Jose. I didn't watch the interview, so I have no idea. I had no idea that it took him.
That guy contributed nothing at all. Like, he didn't even have any useful information.
No, and half of it was it was untrue. Like, I did not believe that dude like went up to Don Wells, who's like a 6'4", giant dude.
I watched the first 5 minutes of his stream with Jose.
Yeah.
And immediately, within 5 minutes, I turned it off.
Really?
Why? Because You know why? Because he admitted. Okay, I've said this a bunch of times. When I look at crime cases, I put myself in the position of a juror, right?
Oh yeah.
Like, can this be, because is this enough to convict somebody on? Blah 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 blah. Right? Immediately, this guy had no credibility with me. Immediately,
no, because he had mental problems.
Within 5 minutes, he said he was committed for mental issues.
Yeah.
I'm like, if I'm an attorney, I am shutting that dude down immediately.
Right.
If he's on a witness stand, I'm shutting him down immediately.
Yeah, how could you? Yeah, you can't trust what he was saying, and the fact that he like picked up and was on the lam, like I mean, he just took off and was living off the grid or whatever. Like really oddly, just an odd situation.
Well, yeah.
Did you guys see the latest letter from Don?
I'm not judging him for it. It's just actually let's go over that real quick.
The latest letter that Don had sent from jail was just insane.
It's not credible, is what they're saying now, that it wasn't him.
Yeah.
I say that there's people in prison though that's their hustle, is that they can spell and they can write, and their handwriting is nice, and that's part of their hustle, is they will rewrite something that somebody writes. So it could be, is what I said.
It definitely sounds like him.
It does.
But,
no, it's definitely him. It's definitely him.
The whole letter, it's kind of like what's his name? Brian Laundrie's supposed letter. You know, if you're about to take your own life, who's gonna go and write leave my family alone, and by the way, clean up my mess because Gabby hated it. If you're about to shoot yourself in the head, who's gonna write that shit? And Don's whole letter was
Cherry. Find that letter for me if you can, Cherry, and send it to me. Email it to me.
Benny's got it. Benny's got a comparison with one of Don's letters.
Well, no, and I know I could text Annie to send it to me too, but I don't want to bother her.
They had a comparison of Don's actual writing next to that one, and it's completely different,
I think the letter that they actually showed was written by the person who actually read it for their YouTube channel. I think he dictated it to them over the phone.
I agree.
Because I know Annie from 10 to Life. It's so funny. Annie texted me and was like, you're gonna get mad at me for the video I just put up, because we've disagreed on this case a lot. Because she feels that Don's behavior is shady and it makes him suspicious. And I'm the guy that's like, you don't have any fucking proof of anything, so you know what I mean. So we disagree on that. But the thing is I watched her video on it and I didn't disagree with her at all necessarily. I mean, I could make arguments, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, because she makes certain points that say that it looks this way when he says it like this and blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
But me, I'm not gonna jump to that conclusion and look at it as being suspicious necessarily.
I think you could make the argument for you could argue with God, I bet. Well,
yeah.
I think he knows something, but I don't think he was involved.
Yeah, I agree. I agree with you.
I don't, but that's my whole thing, and it has not changed. Is there's no evidence to even dictate that.
Yeah. Well,
you know what I mean? Like, I think it's super irresponsible. I think it's super irresponsible to even claim that he knows something. Yeah. You know, like we don't know anything. We don't have any facts on this case at all. We have no facts.
We're not YouTube creators. I'm allowed to say if I feel like something or whatever. It's irresponsible of you to put that out. It's not irresponsible of me to say like, oh, that guy seems like he knows something. It's not irresponsible of me to have an opinion, right?
I don't think it's irresponsible to have an opinion.
She admits that, hey, Cub. She admits that she really does. I mean, I remember I don't know if I was live with her or maybe I was just in her chat, but there was the rain can, right?
Yeah.
She didn't understand the concept of this. Okay,
Ew.
there's the well, fuck, man. Like I don't want to have to read his handwriting.
Yeah.
She's got
like, yeah, it really is I don't
Okay,
know,
hold
like
on.
Sanskrit. I don't know.
I have to email this to myself. Thanks, Cherry.
Old English.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that she fully, I mean, she's, you know, she knows, she's like, I don't know what it's, I don't understand what poor people do. she joked about it. And I get that. Like, it's
I just commented about that just the other actually earlier. It was last night or earlier today, about how I understood a lot of some of the stuff that they did out there, because I grew up in Tennessee, where I lived on Old Hickory and a lake in my backyard, and it was pretty remote. And so, I mean, we ran around, I ran around unsupervised a lot, and a lot of that barefoot a lot. I mean, skinny dipped a lot, like all kinds of stuff, that my mother would have never let me do in the city, never let me. My mother never let me. She didn't let me cross the street till I was in the 8th grade, freshman year.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I don't want to have to. He has really nice penmanship, though, even though I probably can't read it. But
well, that's not Don's penmanship. It's somebody else's. Don, there's comparison letters. He didn't write that. I mean, I think he yeah,
dictated it.
Yes,
Right,
absolutely.
Gotcha. All right, so let's take a look at it here.
Yeah, because Don couldn't spell beautiful.
All right, so to the person or persons responsible for kidnapping Summer, not only have you, dude, I can't read this shit. Not only have you taken Summer, Jesus Christ, is there a fucking transcribed version of this where I don't have to read?
Well, I can't read it. I've got a detached retina right now.
Oh God, yeah, I don't want to go through this bullshit.
Just read it.
I'm watching paint dry currently, and I don't want to read it.
I can't. I can't read it. Oh my God.
It all looks like a big blurry heap of
it's
squiggly lines. Yeah.
It's a picture of a letter, for fuck's sake. Like, what am I supposed to do with this?
Well,
I
don't know.
I don't know.
Next.
Let me.
I don't know how he's been so positive that, she was abducted and that from, before they even looked into it. And that on the phone on his way home, he was like, she's been abducted. And it's like, how do you know? You haven't even been home to look yet. So.
Right. Well, and the idea that he was on Messenger with Candy back in those country roads, I can't believe that they were able to speak on Messenger for that long without getting disconnected. I can't go to the bathroom and it not get disconnected. I mean, it's just crazy that oh yeah, and they weren't able to get any reception out there at all. Benny said that it was insane. Like,
I mean, Hawkins County Sheriff said that in the first place, that they they have a hard time with radio communication because of getting out there.
And Chris
I did Google Ronwell's letter. So hold on, I'm gonna Annie, don't strike me. I'm playing your video.
There you go. I doubt she's gonna strike you.
No, she won't.
Add it to the cauldron of drama and speculation and, turmoil out there, I guess you could say. But there was an update that came out today in this case, and not really an update, but a piece of information within this case. And as soon as I read it, I felt compelled to.
Let's take note of what a responsible true crime YouTuber does here. because she is speculating, but she's doing it very responsibly. She's going, I don't want to add all the shit that's going on and all
right.
the, you
And
know,
her
like
best Demi Moore voice. I love her voice.
she's so she's like, yeah, and you know, I don't want, you know, understand that this is just my opinion.
To
Right.
talk
I love
about it.
watching
So when this
Annie
update came
and
out today,
Linda from It's a Crime.
Yes.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
both
Linda's all right. I like Linda. I like Annie better, but
yeah. They both won't put anything out until they actually take the time to
right.
authenticate it.
Yeah.
Right.
Little Zab girl.
I
They
just felt
avoid
like, you know
rumors
what?
and crap.
It's time to talk about it, and I've got a lot to say. So if you haven't guessed by now, guys, it's the case of Summer Wells. And for those of you who are not familiar with this case, which I don't know how you are in the true crime community and you're not familiar with it.
Good point.
But if you're not, I'm going to link my earlier video where I covered this case when it first happened about a year ago. So you can get fully caught up there. And then I, of course, will give you a little bit of a brief rundown of like the back.
All right. I'm going to give this one more attempt. Give this one more attempt, folks. I'm going to Google Dawn Wells letter. Okay.
More interesting than that is the call. Have you seen the call? The call is interesting. Oh, it's really good.
This is WJHL. This is a video. So let's watch the video. Okay. Cherry, email me the shit, dude.
Look up Plunder in the call, and she's got the letter, I'm sure. Plunder.
I don't like Plunder.
Why?
Because Plunder jumps to fucking conclusions. Plunder creates false narratives based on rumor, and I don't like that. Okay, so to the person or persons responsible for kidnapping Summer, not only have you broken Summer's heart and taken her away from her mother and father, who love her very much, but you ruined her chances to become educated, ruining her life. Now, Annie in her video, what she does is she argues that this is him making it about him, right? I can see that, but
I can too.
I can also argue no. You know what I mean? Like, what do you expect? I mean, he feels victimized. Why wouldn't a father of a kidnapped child feel victimized?
Yeah.
So why, you know what I mean? So I don't find it suspicious the way that Annie does. Necessarily. I could see why somebody might. She makes good points. I just don't necessarily agree.
Well, if he's not involved, then I would feel sorry for myself too.
Sure. No. And do I think that he's like been crazy and and going all over YouTube channels and being high and drunk and God knows what else? Yeah, totally irresponsible. You have also broke the hearts of her father and mother and brothers, and in the midst of all the commotion, ruined our lives. You see, the public blames us. I don't know if we'll ever find employment again. Nobody will hire my wife, and I've been fired from a job I've had for 13 years. We may end up losing everything. When you took our little girl, you took our very lives. Why don't you give our little girl back before God's wrath descends on you?
Well, that sounds just like about him.
You've broken many hearts and more, especially an innocent 5-year-old girl's heart. One day, God will hold you accountable for this crime unless you do something to make this right. Please do the right thing and turn our daughter over to the authorities. We're begging you with all our hearts. Please do the right thing. The letter is signed Summer's father. I don't blame him, you know. Now, do I blame him for making a spectacle of himself all over YouTube and social media? Yes. That was not the responsible thing to do. He and Candace have helped facilitate this into a circus. They absolutely have a hand in that.
Right.
So he's accountable in that sense, but he's right. I mean, dude, I've covered this, you know, bullshit Betty and Molly Golightly getting them fired from their job, and they used it for content. those videos are still up and they make money off of them.
Yeah.
And they're proud of this behavior. And so if, let's say, Don Wells is innocent, right? Let's say someone actually kidnapped his daughter, like, and the whole world is blaming him and saying that he's responsible. Does he not have a gripe?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
I mean,
100%.
does he not have a right to feel victimized and write this letter? You know, so to make it, to boil it down to suspicious behavior, I can see that, but I'm not jumping to that. Me personally, I'm not jumping to that. I'm not faulting anybody else who is.
I agree. I think he might know something. I don't necessarily think he's
I don't have anything to tell me that he knows something either. You know, like, I don't. All I'm hearing is rumors.
Dr. Phil's people didn't think he was you know, you don't,
the body language experts, the body language experts, nope, they
came up with nothing.
And then people are like, well, Candace never cries.
Oh,
dude, she was totally in tears on the Dr. Phil
she
show.
was hysterical.
She was a mess. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, if they're guilty, I hope, but this is
Candace
the
never
irony.
cries because she's on an opiate of some sort, you know, and I mean, if she's not crying enough, but regardless,
I mean, you don't really know that either. You don't really know that either. What I'm saying is, now that this has become what it is, if they're responsible, you're not going to find a jury. They have to move the venue somewhere else. You're not going to find an impartial jury. Like, they're like law enforcement. If they have a case against them, it's fucked. It's fucked.
Yeah.
Like, so you see what I'm saying? Like, so these people that are pitchforking and going after the heads of Don and Candace for what happened to Summer, ironically have fucked up a case, any case against them.
Chris McDonough
You know what
went
I mean?
after
Chris
Brandis
McDonough's the
today.
worst one.
Yeah, I know.
Chris McDonough's the worst one.
Today, or I guess it was like 10 days ago, but I watched it today.
Chris McDonough can kiss my ass. I called him out on fucking, he was on panel with the Lab, and I called in, and I
saw that,
and I called in, and they fucking hung up on me, like they rage booted me, and then privated the video because I cornered him, and I was like, dude, you can't, can you honestly say that you didn't facilitate this and make you, because at first I wanted him to make sure he knew what I was talking about, and I was like, did you see the press conference on Summer Wells' anniversary of her disappearance? Did you see what the TBI said? And he says, and then he was like, yeah, I saw it. And I was like, wouldn't you say it's fair that you are one of these YouTubers who have made it next to impossible for them to build a case? They don't have any information.
And what did he say? They hung up?
Oh, no, he got super defensive at first and started talking about, did you not hear him admit to have molesting his sister and blah, blah, blah. I was like, that's not the point.
Right.
That's not the point.
Yeah.
That doesn't make him, that's not proof that he's guilty of a crime. You know what I'm saying?
Didn't they shut his channel down for a while?
Yeah, they did. They took him off of Twitter, I guess, and then they shut him down for a while, for a long while, and I have no idea how he got back on, but he did.
Yeah, that,
Yeah,
like,
and
you're former, and because he's former law enforcement, he uses that to make himself credible.
Well,
you know,
he privated. He made he got subscriptions right when he interviewed Hunter and all them. He made it so you had to get a subscription to watch it. You know?
Yeah, no, he totally did that. Like when he interviewed Hunter. Yeah, when he interviewed Hunter, he made it members only.
Members only.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, and really, is it about spreading information on a missing girl? Is that what this is about? Then why the fuck are you making your chat pay to comment?
Right.
You know?
Yep.
So,
do we know for sure he is ex law enforcement?
Oh yeah, he's ex.
Yeah. No, he is. I googled it.
He had a fake.
I googled it.
He had a
You would
fake
think,
case.
being ex law enforcement, he would know not to
put
all that into. information out there.
I was just about to get to that. I was just about to
why
make
is
that
he
same
putting
very point.
why is he putting a witness, being Hunter, online? That's something that the police would keep close to their chest.
Good
Well,
question.
and why is he airing an interview with a minor? Like,
Yeah.
I don't care that his mom was present. That still doesn't make it right. There's a reason why it's not okay to do that. Right?
Yeah.
You know, and he's a minor, he's not credible. You know, he's a 15-year-old kid, and he was bouncing back and forth with his statements that were contradicting each other.
Yeah, they were.
So yeah, I mean, if anybody should be setting an example of what to do,
I agree.
as a true crime creator, it should be him.
I
If you're former law enforcement and you had a badge, what you should be doing is respecting the investigators that are requesting that you don't irresponsibly use your social media platform.
That's
and
true.
He absolutely did the opposite.
Yeah,
he's the worst one because he has the most followers, and the reason why he has the most followers is because he's an ex-cop.
Yeah, he did a I mean, I think like T-Spiracy, she did just a small or played a small clip of him, and he copyrighted her, and she won. But he did that. Anybody that played anything of his, and I think that was like when he first got on YouTube. I think he's learned now, but nobody's played any of his stuff.
And like, yeah, other former law enforcement YouTubers did the same thing early on and was like, oh well, I got a bad feeling about these parents.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and I'm just like, dude, okay, like I get that they're, arguably shitty people.
Absolutely.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that they committed a crime.
Right.
It doesn't like, dude, Don Wells is in jail for reasons that are completely unrelated to Summer's disappearance.
Right.
100% unrelated.
And I think that them putting him away like that, I think that they thought he will never shut his mouth long enough. I thought that they were going to get a lot more out of him.
Well, no, and then you got idiots like Kay, canceled Karen, going on her channel and saying, well, the reason why he's in jail is so that they could put somebody next to Don Wells and he's going to talk and admit something to another. Well, you know why that's not true? Because if canceled Karen did any homework whatsoever and used her brain, she'd know that he's in segregation.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So what are you talking about? He's not around anybody else.
Yeah, he's yeah. That's
so
crazy.
What are you talking about? So I mean, there's nothing like law enforcement in that press conference. They were like, we don't have any information. We don't have any clues. We don't have anything.
They didn't rule out anybody.
And you guys calling 1-800-TBI-FIND with your crazy theories and speculation that you picked up off of a fucking YouTube channel is wasting resources.
Oh, that's insane. How many people have called?
How many Chris McDonough listeners are calling 1-800-TBI-FIND with their bullshit? God. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, countless. Crazy.
Right. So now, I mean, like, there's just nothing but muddied waters. Nothing.
Yeah, they would never be able to get a jury. Did you hear the call? Did you hear that call that was released with the social worker or the psychiatrist that is in charge of the Wells son? And
nope.
Oh,
and none of us should know anything about that.
I know.
None of us should know shit about those boys.
I know. But we do. Yep. I don't know. Like, that sounded so credible, but it was awful that was released. And Benny said it wasn't supposed to be released, but somebody released it. So awful. So,
dude, like, I mean, nobody's even using their fucking common sense. Like if you're following Chris McDonough because he's an ex-cop, then you would be looking at this thing from a factual perspective, right? So,
Right.
so it's super ridiculous to not assume that since these boys are now in the system, you're going to tell me that they haven't had, I mean, common sense dictates that they have had forensic interviews conducted on them and still no arrest made on the parents, right?
Yeah. Yep. And there's so much stuff that I'm sure we have no idea what's going on, you know, none whatsoever. You know, I bet you that the police know a lot more than we know, you know.
They're not going to tell us what they know.
Of course not.
They're not going to tell us what they know. I don't want them to tell us what they know.
Me neither.
I want this little girl found. I want what happened to her to be discovered and justice either coming in the form of she's found safely, or if something happened to her, find out who's responsible and throw the book at him. Yeah. That's what I want done.
I have a feeling that we're never going to find her just because of look at all that area that they had to search, and there's so much more that would need to be searched. And it's insane.
No, I mean,
if they haven't found her by now, they're not going to.
That's what I think too.
I don't think so either. I shudder to think that, but it's the truth. I just don't. I mean, it's been over a year now, and I'm just and then if they I'm not holding the same hope that I had.
There won't be any forensic evidence left anyway, you know, if they do.
Well, that's not necessarily true. I mean, there, you know, I mean, you can there could be a fiber, a hair, something, you know, there's
but it's just it lessens the chance of there being the longer it goes, you know.
And there's so many conspiracy theories based on nothing, based on rumors and hearsay.
It's pretty much all of these cases that get brought to YouTube, you know, whether the cases or not. Once it hits YouTube, it goes like wildfire, because normally these people, a lot of these channels, they garner attention from people that just sit at their computer all night long. And they'll sit and go over this and that and this and give their ideas, and they'll bounce an idea off of the next person, and they just feed on each other. And you know,
I was on a seven panel chat last night with everybody. These people know every single detail about every single detail going on that case.
But they know every single detail about every single detail that is based on somebody's word. No solid evidence. Nothing. So and that's exactly what the TBI, and I'm just like, that's why I haven't touched this case. This is the most I've talked about it. And
what this Friday night thing that Benny's been doing has been to clear up a lot of the misinformation that's going on, and a lot of the misconceptions, and a lot of the false things that are happening. And that's what that whole thing was about last night.
But even still, dude, like, come on.
I know.
Like, if I'm sitting here telling you, right, that there are no facts to go by, because there aren't. Everything is literally hearsay. Benny has admitted this to me himself on this panel and on his panel.
Oh yeah,
like,
well, that's what he's
directly to me when we've spoken. He knows this.
Yeah, he's trying to do that. He's trying to clear all that stuff up, you know.
Well, I mean, how hard is it to do that then? It's simple. It's simple. You don't have anything. Like, stop talking about it because you don't have anything. Let the cops do their job. Like, why is it any more complicated than that? It doesn't need to
there's a lot of stuff that's being released or whatever, and then so like you have
there's nothing being released. There's things being spun and rumored. There's nothing being released.
Well, that letter and stuff like that. So people, you know, I had questions. I wanted to know if that was legit or whatever, you know. So I asked a bunch of questions.
If it comes from a credible news source, sure. And it did. You know, the letter came from a credible news source. Like, if Don Wells writes a letter to the alleged kidnappers, he's going to want it to go to the press. because he wants to address the kidnappers.
Right.
You know,
right.
so whoever kidnapped my daughter, please return her. You know what I'm saying? This is
Right.
I saw no indication in that letter that he thinks that she's no longer alive.
Right.
I saw, you know, I didn't find anything in that letter suspicious at all.
Well,
I
except
mean,
that the handwriting doesn't match his. That's the suspicious
so
part. Right.
yeah,
I agree with
so
you.
maybe his handwriting sucks and he had a guard dictate.
Well,
for
he
him.
had. I'm telling you, yeah, he has. I'm sure because there's people.
But look at that right there.
Yeah.
How much thought needs to go into that?
Not
You
much.
see what I'm saying? Like, look at all this speculation over this letter that's going on. Oh, did he write it? I don't know if he wrote it. Blah, 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 blah. Like, why are we doing that? It doesn't make any sense. It does not help Summer in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. Yeah.
To sit there and pick it apart and start spinning ideas based on a letter that was written. You know, like I get it. I get that if it shows some sort of evidence that something happened, but you know, it doesn't. It's just a dude going, my wife can't even my wife can't even get a job now because of crazy fucking YouTubers.
Yeah. And what he doesn't realize either is that everything that he's going to he's coming home to nothing. Nobody's in that house anymore. His family's gone. There's nothing.
And I don't blame them. I mean, like, what you have these idiots like MGL showing up in your house with a bullhorn,
right?
Yelling and screaming, saying you killed your baby.
Yeah, like that.
You know what I'm saying? Like you expect, like, of course they're gonna move. Of course they're gonna leave.
Ernie Shell showing up.
That's not suspicious. That's not suspicious. That's people fucking normally reacting to crazy abnormal behavior.
Why is it that you don't like Dolly? What is it about Dolly?
Oh, he's just a douchebag. He's a fucking idiot. Yeah, he's an absolute fucking idiot because he's fucking totally tagging Summer's name in every one of his videos. He's tagging this little girl's name, and he's and uses the name to talk about YouTube drama with other creators. Like, he just uses this little girl being missing to make super chat and money when he doesn't even say anything about the case. He doesn't even actually talk about the case.
He just went out there and
did what? Harassed Hunter, a minor? Yeah. What else did he do?
I don't know. Just went out on that property and stuff, I guess, and put signs out.
He did nothing. He did dick. What he did was he started
against YouTube's terms and conditions.
He held a vigil for a missing child and made T-shirts and made money off of it. That's fucked up.
I think he gave those away.
Whatever.
No,
because don't give me that shit, because he made a post selling the T-shirts. It was a community post. Just because he took it down doesn't mean it didn't happen. He tried to make money off of this little girl's name.
Yeah.
Dolly's a piece of shit.
Aww.
Dolly's a piece of shit. I don't care what anybody thinks or says. Like, his actions dictate that he does piece of shit things, which makes him a piece of shit.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know what it was that you didn't like about him.
I don't like people pimping this little girl's name. I don't like that shit.
I see what you mean.
I don't like YouTubers that keep tagging her name and not giving any real information, using this child to make money. I don't like that.
I don't mind people making money on YouTube at all.
I mean, sure, you can make money. Nobody's saying, I'm not faulting anybody for making money. But when you're spinning a narrative based on no actual information,
right?
Well, what you're doing is you're stealing from your viewers. You're clickbaiting and saying, I have this information, but you don't actually have any information. And what you're doing is you're doing exactly the opposite of what law enforcement wants you to do.
That's true. Yeah.
They're not telling you.
Comes out and says, stop it. Then
they're begging you to stop. so that they can do their jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And yet these people completely ignore this. All of them do it.
All of them do it. Yeah.
They've done
All
the
of them do
same
it.
in the Dylan case. They're asking YouTubers to back off it because of the fact that they're now getting somewhere with the case. All the crap that YouTubers are putting out is just making things worse.
I'm struggling with what what direction I want my channel to go, because I'm struggling even with morally of covering crime cases. I'm afraid, after hearing the TBI make that statement, I'm afraid that I could be inadvertently fucking with their investigation, and I don't want to fuck with their investigation. I want this little girl found.
For the most part, though, the social media has helped a lot of cases. You know,
It
But
can.
social media, in turn, social media has hurt by far more cases than they've ever helped.
You
Sure.
think?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
Absolutely.
I mean, there's thousands of people that watch these crime channels and crime groups on Facebook, Twitter, whatever, and they just sit and speculate, going over shit that police have already gone through, and bringing up the same shit or making calls or going out and
I mean, Gabby Petito
why
would
do
never
you
been
think?
found.
Why do you think MGL isn't talking about Summer anymore? Because what she's talking about now is making her more money.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. Right.
That's it.
Right.
If she genuinely cared about this little girl being found, she would be pushing the narrative that the TBI is asking you to do. They're not even asking you to do it. They're saying, shut the fuck up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They're saying, stop. You know,
then maybe do you think she stopped because of that?
No, I'm saying she stopped because she found something now. She found a new thing to make her more money.
More
because it's a hotter topic. It's a much hotter topic now. Is this situation with Dre and Vaughn?
Yeah, Dre McCrae, whatever. Yeah. Well, yeah. I understand. But yeah, but then when you think about, like, look at Gabby Petito, she would have never been found had there not been social media involved. So, you can look at it both ways.
I'm saying social media can be helpful. Like, it just so happened, like Gabby Perfectly Imperfect's making a good point. But it just so happened that a YouTuber was traveling and saw the van. The whole world was talking about this case. And then a YouTuber was traveling, saw the van, didn't even see the van, got home from their vacation, and then happened to have been doing some editing, and then was like, wait a second, I was in that area. That's the van.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah. So it wasn't a YouTuber. They were on YouTube.
She was a YouTuber doing that van life.
Yes, but to specify, it wasn't anything that YouTube brought about that led to her. Because these people were YouTubers doesn't mean that YouTube or social media helped find her. It's just happens to be what they were doing.
Right.
It could have been a mechanic or a fucking bridge builder that passed there with a dash cam.
Yeah.
I mean, I have both my car and my truck both have constant recording forward and backward cameras.
Oh, really?
And I do that for insurance sake, but the same principle. It could have been anybody. It just happened to be that they were YouTubers.
Yeah.
It wasn't.
It just so happened that they were just filming their vacation.
Yeah.
And the dude just happened to have been editing when he got home, and the whole world happened to have been talking about Gabby Petito.
Yeah.
And then said, you know what? Wait a second. I was in that area, and that's the van. Shit.
Let me tell you something else too. That when we were all locked on YouTube and stuff, and you think that it's the whole world, it's really not the whole world. It's YouTube people and stuff, because I noticed that, like, there was a lot of people that I would talk to in my daily life that had no idea what Chris Watts thing. And I thought everybody in the world knew about that case, but it was everybody on YouTube.
That subject alone pisses me off to no end, because here it's been 4 years,
and they won't leave it alone.
And this family still has yet to be able to mourn peacefully.
Mm-hmm.
4 years.
There's still. I just saw that there's a channel that's still going over that flipping case, and I thought, what the hell? I couldn't like. What else could they possibly be going on over?
They keep going over the photos and video of from the next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Trying to prove
what
that.
Is that channel? That channel, it's got the red on it or whatever. The red X or something on it. Yeah, I forget the name.
I don't know, man. Anybody still talking about the Watts case is a fucking idiot too.
Right.
I mean, like, I I don't have patience for these people, dude.
Mm-hmm.
Like law enforcement has their man. If the family is going, please, please stop, because you're creating something out of nothing at this point, because law enforcement did a thorough investigation.
Oh, I don't know if they did a thorough investigation.
And they made an arrest. They absolutely made a thorough investigation. Of course they made a thorough investigation. Why would there be that much discovery? That's the discovery alone tells you how much investigation there was.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. They didn't do a very good, thorough investigation on that chick. They really didn't look at her at all.
See that shit. What are you talking about that they didn't look at her? How do you know they didn't look at her?
Because it's not in the discovery. They didn't do hardly anything with her.
But it won't be in the discovery if there's nothing to put in the discovery.
Did you see how long they interviewed her?
Yeah. I saw.
So what do you expect them to do? See, that's the problem, is everybody's like, since I suspect her, I don't think the cops did enough. Since I think she's a dirty piece of shit, a home-wrecking asshole, then the cops didn't do enough. I
didn't think she was a dirty piece of shit. I thought she was a party girl. That's all.
I mean, maybe. What the fuck does that have to do with anything?
Nothing. I'm just saying I didn't think she was a dirty piece of shit. I just thought she was a party girl, and I think that. But I did think that they should have looked at her a little harder. That's all.
No, I think they get
why?
Enough.
What grounds?
What's the point in looking into other people?
But on what grounds should they have looked into her?
That I think that she may have. I don't know. I think she may. I've gone back and forth with that, but I think that she might have known something. She might have known something, and the fact that, like, I mean,
I think she handed over everything.
And in the hours that they interviewed this woman, you don't think that they touched on that, on what she knows? You don't think the entire point of her sitting there and being interviewed and all the talking that she did, they would have gotten something?
Well, I think that she was so annoying.
Why are we so quick?
Does everything have to be a conspiracy?
Right.
No, I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. I just wondered about her a little bit, you know.
But that's what I'm saying, and I'm challenging you, because you're making statements, and this is what too many people do. You're making statements such as the cops didn't look into her enough. You don't know how much they looked into her. First of all, second of all, who are we to dictate what law enforcement's job consists of when we're not law enforcement and we're not trained law enforcement officers? How do we get to, like, I love that. That's the same shit that's going on with this Dre and Vaughn thing. Oh, well, the cops, the police report was lazily written and it doesn't show anything. Dude,
I didn't think that at all.
How? But you can't make these opinions because you don't have anything to base them on. In all fairness, you just don't. You can't say that they didn't look into Nicole Kessinger enough when you don't know exactly what their investigation consisted of.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Okay.
I mean, it's the truth. I mean, if you have an argument, let's hear it.
Let's go all out with the theory that she was involved. Wouldn't you think that a woman that talked her boyfriend into murdering his children and wife would have cracked under investigation?
Right.
Well,
slipped
that's
something?
the thing is, like, I felt like those interviews were really soft interviews. They were not interrogations.
That's because she wasn't a suspect. Because they didn't have reason to suspect her. A, B.
She handed over her phone,
and
and they looked at everything there. So
to touch more on the point that Tim was
and
making,
she deleted half of it. She deleted her phone that they weren't even able to retrieve some of that stuff.
No. There's absolutely no way you can delete stuff off your phone that they can't retrieve. The only way that you can get rid of stuff on your phone permanently is to literally blow it to pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, not really, because 90% of new phones now all back up their shit on the cloud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So right, it's all backed up on the cloud. And then to touch more on the point that Tim was making earlier, okay, like whether or not let's say she doesn't crack under pressure, you're gonna tell me that a coward and a weak-spined individual like Chris Watts wouldn't not have flipped on her?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Well,
like he wouldn't have tried to make a deal in some way to get some of the pressure off of him, but yet he was just like, I don't want her involved. Like he you know, he
didn't want her involved because, like, I mean, he was just so embarrassed. Do you remember? He was like so self-conscious and such a little weasel. He was so embarrassed he was like, oh, my coworkers are gonna be like, what the hell, Chris? Like he was
okay.
So
But how does that indicate that she had anything to do with the murders?
It doesn't.
Spin on that and say she had something to do with it. A weaselly, weak little guy like him that's going to be concerned with that is going to throw her under the fucking bus and be like, she convinced me to kill my family and play it all like that.
Yep.
Yeah, everybody's going to look bad at him, but he's got an excuse now in his mind. So I still don't think she's got anything to do with it.
No, there's nothing to indicate that she did. Nothing.
Yeah.
Well,
there's no evidence.
Didn't they come out? They had like a tape or whatever that showed like somebody else in that was they showed a video of that thing where they went over it again and they saw like somebody else's
Matt, you want to take this one? Because Matt actually talked about this earlier. So Matt, you want to go ahead and take this one?
One of the things that I did once I broke was I got right into photography and video work, to the point where I've actually testified in court for the police, and the police have called me in to do photos of fingerprints and stuff. I've looked at the video of when Chris loaded Shanann and the girls into the car.
Yes.
And I've enhanced it. And no, there is no one else in the video. You can see that the girls are the two little ones are walking to the car. And that, but you're just seeing shadow of Chris off the street the street lights and the car headlights.
Well,
there
did
is
you
no
look
one
at the
else
video
in the video.
that lady came out with, though? I wanted to see if that was like somehow doctored or something. I didn't know. That's literally
here's my opinion.
Come off it, man, with the doctored videos.
Here's
real.
My
like, where's the
100%
motive?
full opinion on this. And all the women in the world can fucking hate me. I don't care. The women that relate this side piece as an accomplice that's been highly proven to not be have had a man fuck around on them before.
Dude, yeah,
they're projecting that anger onto the situation that this girl might be an accomplice.
No,
I totally agree.
Well, you can agree with that, but that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying because I saw that video, and then
he's not saying he didn't say you. He's saying generally the women that are jumping to the conclusion that she was involved is simply because they have had their hearts broken by some cheating guy. And the side woman it's just easier to project that anger on the side woman. That's all he's saying. Yeah. Now, on top of that, let's explore another aspect of this, right? So as far as she goes, right? If the Rucheks themselves are publicly stating, Frankie Ruchek Jr. is constantly making posts begging you to stop.
Yes.
That So let me explain something. These people want justice more than anybody does, right?
I know.
If they
And
are
they don't
telling
believe
you,
in it.
if they're telling you
Mhm.
law enforcement has already done their job, they've done a thorough investigation. The
Right.
stuff that cops aren't telling us, I guarantee you they're telling them.
I agree. I agree
They're
with that.
keeping them up to date on every aspect of their investigation. And if they, and trust me, this is a woman who wrecked their sisters and daughters' home.
Right.
Right?
Right. I agree.
If
Yeah.
anybody wants justice and they think she's involved, they are going to demand that law enforcement look into her. And if the cops are telling them, look, we've looked at everything, you know,
Right.
and they're satisfied with this,
Right.
then people need to just shut the fuck up.
Well,
When it comes to Nicole
I was all
Kessinger.
for that. I was all for all of that. And then I saw that one lady's video, and then that like messed me up. That's all. Then I just thought, oh my, like that video looked crazy. And it's that same people. It's not the same people that we were just talking about with the red X or whatever that keep going over the footage. It was somebody else that had a video that looked like there was a person there, but you went over that video and you said there was nothing. So
I looked into it, I enhanced it, and there's no one else in there.
Okay, because there was a lady that found something else.
It's one of those things that it's one of those things that it's like what else do you want? Short of a time machine and being able to teleport to that moment and time and place.
But I agree with you with the family. I agree with when the family came out and said no more than it should have been stopped. I think that channel should have stopped, and I even said that to them on a chat that they should stop. When the family doesn't want them to do this anymore, then why are they continuing to do it when it's been this many years later? So I mean, I you're
because everybody wants
choir.
these real life. Everybody wants these real life situations to be a dramatic movie, like a Lifetime movie.
Well, we were cheated out of a trial.
That's what people want.
Trial.
Yeah, no, and people were cheated out of the drama of a trial.
Yes.
The drama of a trial, because justice was served.
Right.
So what happened was, instead of people looking at it like, thank goodness that this man actually admitted to his crime and pled guilty, and the family doesn't have to go through the suffering of a trial,
right,
and have to relive whatever suffering that their loved ones went through and died.
They go through it worse. They go through it
so
worse.
instead of being grateful that, oh my good, we got swift justice here, people got cheated out of the drama of a trial and decided to make things up.
Yes,
period.
Kelsey, it is I don't know if it's Lifetime, might be
Lifetime had the movie.
No, Lifetime did make a movie of it, but this is the thought. I made this point in another live stream, is people follow true crime because it's more dramatic that it actually happened, because these are true stories. That's why people find it more interesting. And I made this point. The example that I made before was, you take the movie Fargo, for instance, right? One of my favorite all-time movies.
That's one of my favorite movies too.
Amazing movie, right? The beginning of this movie, you see a caption that says, everything that you see in this film actually happened and is real. Is a 100% true story, right?
Yeah.
It's not. It's 100% fictional. It's not even inspired by a true story.
Yeah.
So, but the reason why that movie was so enjoyable is because in the back of your mind, you thought, oh my God, this actually happened to somebody.
Right.
It made it more dramatic.
Yeah, it sure did. I believed it.
So these people who follow true crime cases have this problem to where this is what people are doing with the Summer Wells case. This is what people did with the Chris Watts case, is they create drama that didn't exist. It's not good enough that the case was closed and justice was served in the Chris Watts case. It's not good enough for people that this guy admitted to what he did, pled guilty, and he's sentenced to life in prison. Period. Closed. Shut case, done. But that's not good enough for people. People wanted the drama of a trial, not giving a shit how it affected the family who was actually affected by this.
Those weird people that contact anybody. I've never contacted anybody in my life, and I sent a message to Frankie after I saw his interview, and I just sent like a nice message to him, not thinking he would ever like even read it. I sent it on Messenger or something, and I just had told him that how sorry I was, and that and just whatever. And he wrote back the night, like immediately back, and wrote something really nice, like back to me. And I just thought, oh my gosh, like what nice people. And I felt so bad for him, you know. And I couldn't believe that he even responded to, like, I'm sure he had tons of people reaching out, but it was his interview. What made me feel so bad was that
so then why at this on the other side of your mouth can you say that the police didn't investigate thoroughly? Because you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm a loser.
If you're so, I'm not calling you a loser. I'm not attacking you. I'm just pointing out something that cannot be ignored. I'm pointing out a simple observation that cannot be ignored. And that fact is, if you're so empathetic for Frankie Ruchek, why not respect the fact that he is saying the cops did their job, and the person that's the one sole person that is responsible for this crime is in prison.
Yeah.
And our family simply wants to move on.
I've respected it. I even defended that point. You know what I mean? It's the only time I brought it up was with on this, but I mean, I even like defended it on that chat and said that to those people, but that we're still doing it. I haven't I'm not one of the people that is like leading the crusade or anything. I just was curious.
I'm not saying that, but I mean, people who have these very unfounded opinions, such as police not doing enough investigating on Nicole Kessinger, people having those opinions are contributing to the problem.
Yeah.
You're on a YouTube channel with 90 people watching. This video will probably get about 1,000 to 1.2 thousand views. And those people are hearing you say the cops didn't do enough investigation.
Yeah, but nobody needs to listen to me for anything. Like, I'm not anybody.
Well, they're going to.
Well, they shouldn't. They just shouldn't. Like,
I mean, but there's people out there that are dumber than you.
Well,
and they're going to spread rumors. So
I mean, I'm not dumb, but
Kelsey,
didn't say you were.
Christy,
I wasn't saying that every woman that cheats thinks this. I'm normally on the panel on a few different channels, and the times that it's went over this case, the women that don't know much but jump straight for the side piece helped.
Yeah.
You normally,
I'm with you on that, man. I mean,
you can normally tell.
The women can be just as mad at me as they are at you for saying this, because I completely agree. But go ahead.
Yeah. You can normally tell the women that just jump straight at, well, she had everything to do with it, and they won't listen to anything otherwise. They normally have had a man break their heart in a very bad way by cheating on them. And they don't want to hear anything else other than the fact that she had something to do with it.
Right.
And they'll say anything, including the cops didn't do their job.
I was sympathetic to that girl for the longest time. I mean, I was really behind her for a while, because I felt bad that her life was ruined because of this. But then I saw that damn video, and then that video freaked me out. So,
did that video freak you out, or did the way that whoever was presenting the video and spun a narrative,
the lady that presented it didn't have anything. She literally she didn't do anything. She played it. She said, "Look, this is what I found," and she played it, and that was it. It was very short.
I seriously doubt that she didn't give an opinion. I seriously doubt it.
I can't remember her opinion. I don't even remember who the lady was, in fact. But it was just crazy, what I saw. I thought, oh my God. I played it. I sent it to somebody because I was like, look at this. I couldn't believe it. But, who knows? I forgot about that. But like, I just thought that video was so freaky. But now Matt just said no. So
I'm far more inclined to believe.
Another one I get swamped with is the photo of Summer on the back seat of the car laying with her head on the milk, and everyone's like, she's already dead in this photo. And I'm like, I've pronounced a number of people dead, and no, she's not.
No, I
No,
didn't
and
think
Duty
that.
Ron even had an expert that does this, that identifies dead people, right?
Yeah.
He had her on his channel, and she was
Yeah,
like,
he had the
no.
coroner on, yeah.
Yeah, I
Right.
never thought that
He's
at
like,
all, but
no,
people
and
still
she
say that.
explained it. She explained it thoroughly as
What'd
to
she
why.
say?
Well, the position of her hand that indicates a child sleeping rather than
the color in her face,
the color of her skin.
Her lips weren't
Because she had like a dark
gray.
lips and a dark ear or something, is what people were saying.
But that will happen laying on a freezing cold bottle of milk.
Yeah, I see.
It's just
and then you've also got to remember it's a freeze frame from a video.
Yeah.
People who don't know shit about anything turn into experts on everything.
They sure do.
It's full. YouTube is full of people like this.
Well, see, and that's what I wanted to see on that. I wanted to see an expert about that video. So I'm glad that I got to hear Matt, because I really did. I wanted to hear an expert about that video stuff. You know, and so far there hadn't been any that I saw.
Well, and people in the chat, you're saying, girl, you need to stop watching conspiracy drama channels. At least she admits that that's what she loves about it. At least she's being honest about that. I will have somebody else on my channel that will follow these things and jump to these crazy conclusions and not have even the remote slightest self-awareness to not even, realize that they're
I'm ridiculous. I'm ridiculous. I like all of it. I'm not a conspiracy theorist at all. Like, I'm not at all. I really don't think I mean, I'm pretty logical, and I mean, I've got 2 degrees. I mean, I'm not a like a dumbass. I just, I like some of that stuff, and I look and I think I overthink things for sure.
I watch a lot of those channels just for the sake of being able to debunk it all.
Yeah. So I like to hear other people's opinions.
It doesn't take a professional to debunk it all either. Normally it takes a logical person.
Yeah.
Like I'm
just simple, basic critical thinking. That's it.
Yeah.
Simply asking questions. That's all it takes, is to ask logical, simple questions.
I was asking questions. That's all. So like, I can't see chat,
yeah.
So like, I'm sure they're tearing me up, but
some people are.
You've obviously seen enough of the Chris Watts videos to know that the police were able to pull up her search history for years back.
Yeah.
And so they came out and stated clearly that, she looked up marrying someone who killed their partner. She looked up stuff like she knew about Shanann.
She looked up Shanann.
She looked up. See, exactly. You knew that. So
let me
they obviously deep dived and investigated her.
Find me a woman who is sleeping with a married man who doesn't Google the wife.
The problem was that she looked her up.
They see them as competition immediately. It's just a woman's catty ass nature to do that, to check out the competition.
I would do that in a minute, and
every woman would.
Of course, but I'm saying that she looked her up a year before she admitted or said that she met him. That was the issue on that. She said she met him at whatever, however long ago, and this was a year before the Google history.
And I think all that boils
that. Wasn't it her father that was sitting in the interview room with her?
Yes.
Okay. So you don't think that she's going to lie from time to time because she's afraid and ashamed to admit certain things in front of her father?
No,
like she's been fucking a married man for over a year.
Right.
She's talking about sexting with her dad sitting there in the
because she's being interviewed by the cops, of course. Right. Well, but she's going to be she's going to be a little reserved in the details because her father's sitting next to her. I guarantee you.
Oh,
Like,
She's
so
going to
admits
try
that
and
she's
make it
gonna.
out that the affair was going not shorter than it was.
right.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
literally all that I got out of that is she was not telling the truth about how long they've been together.
Right.
And I mean, in my personal opinion, just my opinion, there's nothing backing any fucking thing here. But the pictures they took and the adventures that they went on and all of that shit, that's not something that you do with a side piece over a couple months. They were together for a
No,
year or
dude.
more.
They were in a relationship. Like,
Yeah.
they were in a relationship and had feelings for each other. She
Mhm.
felt threatened by the wife. That does
All
not
those
mean that
trips
she
they
had
took, there's no
anything to
way
do
he
with
got
killing
that.
her,
They
though.
both got that much time off work in a couple of months.
Here's my theory on motive for Chris Watts. Real simple. Okay. Chris Watts is a spineless, wishy-washy, weak-kneed bitch.
Yeah.
And
Bitch
and
made. Bitch
and
made.
he was an absolute mama's boy. And
Mhm.
Shanann would get frustrated with Chris Watts's mom, Cindy. She would get frustrated because she would coddle him and baby him.
Yeah.
And so Chris Watts always had a mama figure there for him. And what he did was he killed his wife and daughters. And what he was hoping to do was dupe everybody saying that she was missing and play the victim of and keep her around because she just wanted him as a side piece, right? I don't think that she genuinely wanted. She liked the comfort of not having to be totally committed to somebody because he's already locked down in a relationship.
Yes.
It was totally sexual for her, right?
Mhm.
So what ends up happening, what Chris Watts does in his manipulative little wishy-washy, weak-kneed pussy mind, what he does is he murders his family and then tries to play the sobbing victim, and now they're out of the picture, and he gets to manipulate her to be there for him all the time and coddle him and say, there, sweetheart, you know, your family's missing, we hope we find him, blah blah blah, I'm here for you whenever you need me. And he just found a way in his mind to lock her down.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
to feed on
manipulate
that,
her and use this tragedy to manipulate her for sympathy, to baby him.
Yeah.
to feed on that
My
slightly.
theory is Chris had a hero complex. When he first got with Shanann, she was really suffering hard from
Lupus.
lupus and all that. And, you know, she would constantly be saying on video how she'd lay on his lap and he'd be stroking her head when she had the migraines.
Yeah, and he
And
wouldn't
that,
get up to
so
pee.
she was super dependent on him. But then when she started being successful in Thrive, and that she started taking her control back, she started being able to look after herself, and he then no longer you know, was that hero that she needed.
Right.
So that kind of pushed him a little bit.
Right.
And that now he probably, being the shy
Introvert
kind of guy that he was, he wouldn't have liked the fact that with Thrive she was, you know, posting every second of her life on social media and that.
Oh no, yeah,
So he probably
he was
wouldn't have
super
liked that.
annoyed
So
with it.
that would have pushed him even more.
And you watch the videos, you watch that footage, like
Yes.
you see so many times where he shows up in the scene and picture and she rolls her eyes.
Yes.
Like she was not happy in that relationship.
Mm-mm.
Now
Yeah.
she was committed and she loved him because he's the father of her children. I'm not
And she
trying
was
to take
pregnant.
away any of that, but because he was such a weak-kneed, wishy-washy bitch,
Yeah, she hated that.
she didn't have a lot of respect for him. And
Yeah,
so
I
when
think she pushed him a lot because
she thought he
wanted
was
him to
stupid,
stand up to her, and he
she
never
thought
did.
he was, she found him intellectually inferior. You can tell, you know, it's just, you know, there's a lot of these variables that need to be considered as well.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the final straw for him was she found out about Nicole and the affair. So she was going to file for divorce, he found this out, and it was, okay, if she files for divorce, I'm going to lose the girls. So it's, if I can't have them, you're not going to have them.
Right. There's that, and divorces are expensive. Divorces are expensive, and they lived well beyond their means.
Yeah, they
Like,
were broke.
Yeah.
they that house was way too expensive for
That
them to be
house was
living in.
crazy. Yeah,
You know,
there's MLN or what is it? The multi-marketing.
MLM,
Multi-
multi-level marketing, Thrive.
Yeah,
Right.
those things are just awful. So yeah, absolutely. And I think a lot of times, like, I mean, I think that she was pushing him so hard so that he would stand up to her, and I don't think he ever did. I don't think he ever did, ever. You know,
Well, he
I don't
obviously
think
did.
she was pushing him so that he would stand up to her. I think I just think it was more that she was taking, she was becoming more self-reliant.
She got good at it.
She was
You know,
taking her independence
she got
back.
really good at her MLM, and she became less dependent on him, and she became more and more annoyed with his inferiority. He was just intellect. She found him intellectually inferior, but but I believe that she was absolutely committed in wanting to make the relationship work. And then she found out, like, as you said, she found out that he was cheating. And I mean, and a divorce, I mean, like I said, divorces are expensive, they're messy,
right?
You know, and I think that he just found it a lot easier to just kill them and make them come off like they're missing. You know,
like,
and we all know the court system's not very favorable to fathers when it comes to custody.
No,
it depends on the state. I was lucky because Georgia is a little more evolved in that, and I had my custody fight in Georgia and I won.
But I thought you had like a big fight. Did you have a big fight?
What, a custody fight?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, all custody fights are ugly. If a custody fight goes to court,
don't I know it?
Ugly. It's ugly, no matter what.
Yeah, but they're more favorable to fathers in Georgia, is what you're saying?
No, they're more evolved in the sense of being fair to fathers.
Yeah. Okay.
And because, like, I mean, I you know, and I had just overwhelming evidence of how awful she is. Just and she made herself do that. Like, she did that to herself. Like, at one point I joked with my lawyer where I was like, can I fire you and hire her as my attorney, because she's winning this case for me just by the way that she's behaving for the judge.
Yeah.
So
that's funny.
I'm living through the same thing right now.
Oh, are you? I'm sorry.
Like, I was like, why am I paying
haven't-
you thousands of dollars when she's screwing this all up herself?
And are you did you ever are you able to be civil with her now?
No. No, she's a monster.
Okay.
She's
What about your child? Is your child able to, or is your child able to?
I'm not going to get into that.
Yeah.
Like, I'll
don't have
just
to.
simply leave it as me and my ex will never get along.
Yeah. And Matt,
I
you're
call
going
my
through
ex
it?
Voldemort, she who shall not be named.
Yeah. And you're going through that too, Matt? You're going through a big
Yep.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
And he's in Australia. If that tells you how it doesn't change anywhere, it's still ugly no matter where you're at.
I mean, a maternal the maternal connection between a mother and a child is valid, man. You know, that's a lot. You know, but it's not everything. You know what I mean? It's not, and sometimes a mother is just fucking awful.
Yeah.
You know,
very true.
It happens. You know,
I was closer to my daughter than her mum could ever wish for. You know, we were inseparable best friends, and that. But one day I decided to put my foot down and refuse to be her ATM anymore, and she went, "Well, fuck you. You're not seeing your daughter anymore."
Oh, wow.
And I'm like,
yeah,
fun. But lucky for me, she did it in text message, so I've got it in writing.
I
Yeah.
love it. I love it. Like that's totally what won me. Was I just it got to a point where I just stopped talking to my ex, and I was like, I made it to where we had to
You had to
speak
do it over text
with.
messaging.
Oh, well, yeah, over writing. So
Mhm.
emails. It was just
Emails.
email exchange. So the whole time I was going, I'm just building a case here because at some point we're going to end up in court. At some point
Yeah.
we are.
Yeah.
So I just kept like, yeah,
But
I
the
looked at
one thing,
everything
the
as
one thing
evidence.
that you have to, but that you both need to remember is that the child, no matter what, loves the both of you, and so you gotta try and remember that. I know that's
Well, I
I
don't
mean,
think that's in question anywhere here.
yeah,
Yeah,
you
it's
know,
not.
but
It's not,
no,
and
my
it's not,
point
and
was
it's
is
not
that
always it's not always that simple and applicable to every situation.
well, I'm just saying though that
So
you got to try and speak nicely in front of the child is what I'm saying about the other parent. That's all.
well, yeah, that's not a question. That's
Yeah.
not even a
Yeah.
question right now, like as Tim
See, that's
said.
another downfall of my ex. She's alienated and manipulated my daughter against me. So
Well, and that's child abuse is
yeah,
what that is. You're not supposed to do that at all.
Yeah, and if you have data that proves this,
Right.
ooh, buddy.
Yeah.
Ooh,
You're in
buddy.
a
oh, I do.
Because man, yeah, a judge loves to see a dad trying to be a dad and doing their best they can to be a dad,
Matt, is your daughter is still little or is she older or
She's 14.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah, I think like over here, isn't it like I think is it 12 that they're able to decide themselves or
It depends on the state.
yeah.
It depends on the state. In
Over
Georgia,
here,
the age
13, they get to have a say,
it
but it
depends,
still
right?
comes down to the judge's choice. At I think it's 16, they're allowed to decide where they live.
Oh, I see.
In
Gosh.
Georgia, it's 14, where it's not necessarily where they get to decide where they live. The
Mm-hmm.
judge still has to determine who the best environment for the child is. The judge
Mm-hmm.
They're
still has
allowed to
to do
speak in
that.
court. So
But at 14, the child has a voice,
Yeah.
Yeah,
So my
same,
kid,
pretty much same here.
my kid had to actually write a statement to the judge
Aw.
explaining why he wanted to live with me versus her.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I hate that for these kids that have to do that, but if they should have a voice though. They really should be able to have some kind of say in where they want to be. I just feel like, gosh, that's so hard for them. I'm sure that they
Well,
feel
it's not
feel
easy
bad.
for anybody. It's not
Yeah.
easy for anybody. The
Right.
truth is, I mean, people shouldn't be having kids if they can't. In my opinion, people shouldn't be having kids unless they have every intention of being a single parent in the first place, or if they have every intention of staying with the person and coexisting as parents in a mature and productive manner for the sake of that child.
Well, I think
Other than
people
that,
give up their
you got no
bodies
business having
but
kids. Because the thing is, what people forget, people have kids. So many people have kids for just purely vain reasons. They see their children as these extensions of themselves, and
yes.
what these egotistical people forget or don't even keep in mind in the first place is your kid didn't ask to even be born. Your kid didn't ask to come into this world.
Yeah.
They had no
Yeah.
say in that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I
So
have a little daughter that well, she's not a little daughter anymore. She's grown, but like I mean, I just couldn't believe I couldn't wait until to have a little girl and then she wasn't she was very different in her ideas and thinking and just her everything. But
that's a big
I
problem
love that,
too.
I
That's
love
a
it
big
now,
problem
but
too. Then you have that, what happens is people think, you know, uh parents think, oh, their kids are so fantastic because they're just such cute little babies and blah blah blah, and they say all these cute things when they're learning how to talk, but then they reach a certain age in their preteen years where they actually form opinions of their own, and they actually
and
form
buckle up. buckle up.
Right. Right. And then for some reason, this is a big shocker, you know, to these parents. And they're like, oh my God, you know, and
because you do
my
have like
my
a
kid is
fantasy.
my kid is insubordinate and blah 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 and doesn't know. I mean, like again, your kid didn't ask to be born.
Right.
So
well, we went through
have
we went through the rough teenage years, and now I've come out on the other end now, and now it's great now. But you know,
I mean, I'm not trying to tell nobody how to parent, but I'm just saying, you know, it's not, you know, if you're looking at your child having an opinion and questioning things in their life as some sort of character flaw in them, you're the one with the character flaw that needs to look in the mirror.
Yeah. Not that she just had differences that I just was like, where, how did that happen? You know?
Yeah, they grew up.
Yeah.
You know, like at some point, I mean, what are you parenting? Like people forget that the whole point of parenting a child in the first place is my theory on parenting is simple, and I'm not even a good. I failed at parenting. I failed at it, but my theory on parenting is simple. From the ages from being a toddler to preteen years, you're teaching your kid not to be an asshole so that they can function in society.
Right.
From being a teenager on, you're preparing them to be independent and preparing them to be on their own in the world.
Absolutely. And people do forget that.
If that is not your motive behind parenting, you're doing something fucked up.
Right. It's your job.
I think at some point you're going to have to always realize that you're raising people.
Yeah.
You can do what you want, but they have brains. Yeah, and they're going to have ideas, and they're probably going to differentiate from yours.
Yeah,
and that's got to be fine because they're people.
Yeah, she teaches me things and teaches me like a lot of things, you know, like just, you know, she is come out on the other side, and even though we have a lot of different ideas about things, she has taught me a lot of things that I really
that's not a bad thing.
No.
That's not a bad thing at all. Like you're you know
it's not a bad thing. I'm saying
on one side we want our kids to be these strong independent people with ideas who reinvent the wheel in their adult years, and they're successful, but at the same time we want them to be completely and totally submissive to us. And
oh no.
It makes no sense.
Yeah,
you know, so like if you're trying to raise an independent, successful person, get ready for them to challenge you.
Yeah, and I did, and she is, and she has. But yeah, she's taught me a lot though too, and where I had to like step back and think like, wow, you know, maybe she's right, you know, and take a a good look at myself, you know, on several things. You know, so she is. She's she's an adult now. So, and I've got to treat her like an adult. So that's the hardest, I think, is when they get to be a certain age, and you got to treat them more as an adult and not a child any longer, and not you know, but yet they're still in your house. So
stop it, Sherry. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and wrap up this 5-hour live. I had a great time talking to you guys.
Thank you for having me on. I appreciate it. It was so nice to meet all of you.
You're welcome.
It's been fun as always.
Yeah.
And Monday I'll definitely, I mean, I'm sure I'll probably go live tomorrow, man, and you know, I'm gonna be doing a lot more live streams. And Monday,
do you come on any specific time, or do you just
just whenever I feel like it?
Okay.
But Monday I think I'm probably going to cover that
we'll be back on trial.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna be doing that.
Well, I remember I found out Nick and Zach are biological brothers. Same mom, different dad. Yes, same mother, and they also have an older sister.
Oh.
That's interesting, because even the news said that they weren't biological, that they were both adopted.
Yes, they are. Same mother.
Same mother, though. Okay.
Yeah. She had a daughter. She then ended up going to prison for drug charges and robbery, home invasion and theft. When she got out of prison, she
Home
had
invasion. Wow.
yeah, she
So I mean, it's kind of safe to to entertain the theory that these things can be hereditary, you know, because he wasn't raised
yeah,
in an environment of a home invasion of a home invader, you know what I mean? But here's somebody who's clearly capable of murdering people in cold blood, multiple people in cold blood, and his mother is somebody who was arrested for home invasion, theft, and all
Home
these other
invasion
things.
yeah,
is ballsy.
That's some
she was
bold shit,
going
dude.
door to door in a neighborhood and asking to use the phone or asking for a couple of dollars for a bus or whatever, as they do. And when the guy she asked one guy for a glass of water and he's like, yep, but don't come in, I'll go get it for you. And then
Right.
when she followed him to the kitchen, took his wallet and that and bolted.
That's a
Wow.
Florida
So she ended
story.
up going to
That's
she ended up
that's
going
some
to jail
fucking
for
bold
that. And
Miami shit right there. That's some
yeah,
bold Florida
so
shit.
she ended up going to jail for that. And while she was in jail, her daughter, which is Nick's older sister, she ended up getting hooked on drugs, and I think she ended up in prison as well. So runs in the family.
No, his brother's not in jail with him. His
No,
brother.
his sister. They've
Okay.
got an older sister, Danielle.
Okay. What's her story?
So she was born before their mum went to jail.
Okay.
While their mum was in jail, she ended up getting hooked on drugs, ended up on the street, and she ended up in jail as well.
Wow.
And we don't know anything more about her since then.
Wow. That's crazy. That's crazy.
So, and then so Zach, he got granted permission to move out of Florida. And that was after he got charged for breaking into the high school and skateboarding around and that. And I'm not sure whether he got granted permission.
He strikes me as a little asshole himself. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not a mass shooter, but he's kind of a dick.
Yeah.
You know, like I don't think he's I don't think he really cares that much about his brother. I didn't get that vibe. I thought he was just talking.
Yeah, no.
at him
I
the
think that's
entire
why
time
he
instead
hasn't
of-
been showing up to court.
Right. I don't think he really gives a shit. And like he's looking at it probably as something that he's victimized in some way.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But
But
we can talk
will
more about that on Monday during breaks and that.
We will definitely do that. All right, guys. Thanks a lot. Guys in the chat. I love you very much, and we will do this again very soon, my friends.